In the shadow she lurks, a digital sage. Her words cut through like a sharpened blade. Political cow, her voice brings rage. A rebel in the neon-born parade. With a keyboard she wields her might, piercing lies with truth's own light. Drifting through the endless night, exposing wrongs to make them right. Political cow calling out deceit through the screens where fake news meet. She saves us from the twisted tale. Her knowledge fights where logic fails. In a world where falsehoods grow, her wisdom like the wind it blows through every corner, every show, a beacon where the lost clouds glow. Political cow calling out deceit through the screens where fake news meet. She saves us from the twisted tale. Her knowledge fights where logic fails. In a cycle where truth gets blurred, her voice is the sword we've heard, cutting ties with every answer, leading flocks with every word.
The chance for better treatments, new cures, and improved health care. If we truly want a stronger and more innovative America, we must invest in science, not abandon
everybody.
it. Defunding research
What
will also
is going
harm our
on?
economy. Scientific innovation drives
Well,
job creation, medical advancements, and global progress.
Personally can't sleep. I think I've muted Cory Booker here, but looks like I'm not the only one that can't sleep. Cory Booker's going on like crazy here, nonstop for, I don't know, countless numbers of hours. So he's literally up there filibustering. And what is it that he's filibustering exactly? Let me pull this up. They said that his words, his quote, "I'm heading to the Senate floor because Donald Trump and Elon Musk have shown a complete disregard for the rule of law, the Constitution, and the needs of the American people." Well, he posted that on the X platform. "I'm not going to stop speaking. I'm not going to stop standing." So he's doing this as a protest. I think this gentleman here is, Chris Murphy here was giving him a little bit of a break.
We are going to be
Maybe have to go potty or something. I don't know. But there's a filibuster going on tonight, not for any specific legislation or anything, but to protest Donald Trump. So I don't know. Let's see how this goes. I'm gonna sit tight and listen in.
On maintaining and
take calls,
expanding our knowledge edge on the rest of the
move the screen
world,
back down here.
given the fact that the pace of change
If you're on mobile, screen capture the
and the
take a
oncoming
screenshot,
transformation that will
go to your
come
Photos
from
app,
robotics
tap
and
the QR code
AI
that'll link you directly in.
will make it even
Easy enough to do
more
that.
important
I'll put a pinned
for a
chat in there if
nation
you're on computer,
to have
on
the
your
most
desktop or laptop,
highly
so you
skilled,
can just
most
click through
highly
on that.
educated
I'll get that up
workforce
and running here in just a
possible
minute. But
in order
what
to
the heck
stay
are they
ahead
really
of the curve and
doing all
not
this
have
for? Who's going to
employment
get
be
these sound bites? I mean, they've been going on for hours here,
by
and it's
automation
continuing
and artificial
well into the early hours of the morning.
intelligence. So this is a moment in which
So
we should be doubling
let's
down
let them
on
have
our
at it.
support
I don't
for the
know.
knowledge
I don't know. Let's see if
economy, on
anything
that
interesting comes out. But
integration
I do want to take
of
y'all's calls
public
because
sector research and
here, let
private
me,
sector research, which has
get you a full screen view.
always been the genius
A lot
of
of
the
stuff going
American
on.
economy. We did that
Are you up
integration
right now?
better
What's
than
keeping you
anybody.
up?
And it is not coincidental that we
Is it the
leapfrog the
third
rest of the
term?
world when it
Possibility
came
of
to
a
that
third term?
innovation economy. But
Is that keeping you
what the
guys up?
senator is
I'm just checking my screen,
explaining
make
is
sure that
that the
everything's
Trump
looking good here.
administration is waging a war on the knowledge economy.
Possibility of a third term keeping you up?
Literally
The economy,
signing
tariffs,
our economic
Ukraine,
death warrants
Greenland. Is Greenland keeping you up?
by coming
What's on your mind? I'll
after
put the poll
the
up here in a
foundational
minute, but let's
strength
listen
of
to
our
this guy
nation, which is
kind
that
of,
public-private sector
I don't
integration.
know. Would you
I
consider
just
it
checked in
rambling
with the
on?
University of
I don't know.
Connecticut,
Let's see. We'll see
which
what
is
he's
going to
got to
lose
tell us here.
$165 million because of this illegal change that the Trump administration has implemented, dramatically cutting the amount of research dollars that go to institutions with NIH grants. I'll just read like half their list. They gave me the list of all the research projects that are going to either be eliminated or slowed or diminished. A project for improving physical and cognitive function in aging, a project on improving outcomes for people with autism, a problem on understanding neural mechanisms for language and reading, including for people with dyslexia, funding for prevention and care for HIV patients, projects for studying the leading causes of death and disability in the United States, including cancer, obesity, Alzheimer's disease, and substance abuse, project studying treatments for rare diseases and genetic disorders with specific impacts on health, including sickle cell, mitochondrial disorders, Rett syndrome and Prader-Willi syndrome, muscle and bone regeneration research, tick-borne diseases. University of Connecticut faces the same crisis as all the other institutions listed in that incredibly long and comprehensive Stat News article. And as you mentioned, researchers are not going to wait around for this crisis to pass. They are going to accept offers from research institutions in other countries, from our European allies to our Asian competitors. We are going to lose our competitive edge when it comes to research. It is worth noting that this change in research funding is illegal. Article 1 vests the spending power of the federal government in Congress. That's plain and simple. And there's lots of good reasons why our founding fathers did that, Senator Booker. They were determined to keep the spending power out of the hands of the executive branch because they had seen how the British king had used the Treasury in order to compel loyalty and to punish opposition. You get money if you're loyal to me. I withhold money from you if you are disloyal to me. And so Congress got the spending power. We decided the exact rate of reimbursement for medical research. We were very specific about it in the statute that we passed, Republicans and Democrats. This cut in funding for institutes of higher education's research that has been implemented by the administration is illegal on its face. Congress said exactly how research funding should be allocated. The president is ignoring that statute and implementing a unilateral cut. It has been enjoined by the federal court. Hopefully, if the courts follow the law, it will be permanently stopped. But it is important to note that it stands in a larger context of the federal government using its spending power, the Trump administration trying to seize control of federal spending in order to do that work that our founding fathers were so worried about. We have seen over the past several weeks the administration march through school after school trying to cut individual deals with institutions of higher education. We will release your funding.
All right, so got the pin chat in there. QR code's up in the title next to the the bull that's pointing at you while he's holding his phone. But yeah, again, screen capture. Go to your Photos app, tap the QR code link. It'll just be a link when you tap the QR code. Or you can look at the pin chat. It's go.politicalcow.com/live.
individuals
I don't know what the Democrats are
and
talking about here.
institutions.
But if you're calling
What
in
they are
on the
doing
topic of the
is
night, I just got
illegal.
a few of them listed on there. What's keeping
And
you up?
it is beyond me why
Third term
my
for
Republican
the president,
colleagues, our Republican colleagues,
economy,
stand
tariffs,
idly by.
Ukraine,
Well,
Greenland.
the spending
What's
power
keeping you up,
vested
Stevie?
in Congress by the Constitution is ripped from us. But Senator Booker, I guess I'm going to ask you the same question I did when it came to this assault on Social Security. And it's a simple question, and I'll lay out a little bit of a predicate. The question is why? What the administration has done is extraordinary. Proposing to close the Department of Education, wildly unpopular. Nobody's asking for that. Waging this illegal and unconstitutional assault on our knowledge economy. Suspending funding for institutions of higher education research budgets when plainly the statute says they cannot do that. So why engage in this extraordinary action to essentially destroy America's knowledge economy from elementary school all the way up to graduate education? Well, as we've talked about, as you laid out, it can't be because you're trying to help the economy. This destroys the economy. I mean, this is the worst thing that you could probably do for the economy, is to wage this open, transparent, proudful assault on research. Because we will not survive as an economy unless we are the place where cutting-edge research and invention happens. We just won't. And so researchers now who are having all of their offers suspended by major colleges and universities, they're looking elsewhere. Maybe they're hoping that the offer still comes through, but they're dialing up other competitors, many of them outside of the United States. There was a story out of the University of Cambridge in England a couple weeks ago in which their administrators were talking about the bounty that they are receiving as some of the highest class researchers in the world are coming to them because they don't believe that they will have any source of stable funding from the United States. So it can't be about helping us create jobs or supporting our economy. This is no doubt an assault on the economy. One of the complaints that I hear often about elementary and secondary education is that the Department of Education was engaged in micromanagement, right? That it was a federal school board, and we want to get the federal government out of the business of dictating what local schools will do. Well, that's not a credible explanation for what's happening, because, in fact, the Trump administration is telegraphing that they are going to actually jump into the micromanagement of our local schools. Nobody has any idea what DEI means. Like, let's just be honest. It means something different to every single official in the Trump administration. It's just a proxy to impose a set of reactionary right-wing values on our schools or on our federal agencies. I asked a question of the nominee to be the alleged last Secretary of Education as to whether or not African-American history could be taught in our high schools any longer. And her answer was essentially, maybe not. I don't know, but DEI might mean that you can't teach African-American history. It might mean that the federal government is going to comb through every syllabus in every high school in the entire country and tell you what courses you can teach and what courses you can't. And if there's any words in there that our AI algorithm doesn't like African, can't teach it. That's a level of micromanagement never seen before in the federal government. And so the reason that they are cracking down on the Department of Education or eliminating funding for research is not because they are trying to get the federal government out of the management of our schools, because they're doing exactly the opposite. They're telling you that your school is not going to be able to make decisions on what classes it offers its students. It's going to be Linda McMahon, the former CEO of the World Wrestling Federation, that is going to be in charge of whether your school can teach African American history. Okay? So then what's the reason, Senator Booker? And I'll, just give you a couple suggestions. Well, maybe it's just to compel loyalty, right? Maybe it's just to use that money to compel loyalty so that boards of education or colleges are only teaching conservative or right-leaning curriculum. Maybe it's to try to quell protest on campuses so that there isn't an ability for students to robustly protest the policies of the regime. Maybe it's just to destroy the idea of objective truth. I mean, this whole scandal over Signal has lots of elements to it, but I think one of the most worrying things for the American public, why it's still a story a week later, is because the Secretary of Defense looked the American public in the eye and said 2 + 2 = 9. Right? He said, those Signal texts you saw did not involve war plans, did not involve classified information. And the American public was like, wait a second, like, we read them. I'm not dumb. I know those were war plans. I know that that was classified information. But if you are in the business of trying to unwind a democracy, you have to destroy objective truth. You have to make everything political. You have to make everything subjective. Where is objective truth midwifed? It's in our education system. That's where we learn that 2 + 2 = 4 every time. But if you want to undermine the foundation of a democracy, then you undermine the place where truth happens. Okay, maybe it's the same agenda with Social Security. Just come up with an excuse to privatize it all. Just take all the money that's going to good public sector research and just move it all into the private sector so it can be a source to reward the friends of President Trump. That could be a rationale as well. Or maybe it's even simpler. Maybe it's just to own the libs. Maybe it's just that historically, Democrats and the left have maybe talked about education more than Republicans have, even though to me it was always something we both cared about. Whether or not I agreed with George Bush's No Child Left Behind plan, at least he was walking into the Capitol with a plan to try to improve education. But maybe it's just that, Democrats and the left have historically talked more about education, and if you believe, as Donald Trump does, that all politics is zero-sum, anything that Democrats are for must be, by definition, bad for America. And Democrats seem to like college, and they seem to really support our schools, so we have to destroy our colleges, and we have to destroy public education, because if the left is for it, it must be evil. Maybe that's the reason they're doing it. But that's the question I pose to you, because it has nothing to do with our economy. It has nothing to do with getting the federal government out of the management of schools and colleges. There's another agenda here, and it doesn't seem to be an agenda that squares with anything the American people have been asking, Senator Booker.
I just want to answer you. I would drive myself mad trying to understand what the ambitions of Trump was, or the ambitions behind some of the crazy stuff in Project 2025 that he said wasn't there. They tried to run away from it because it was so unpopular, and now so much of it is being done. It almost sounds like too partisan, too insane. What I do want to do, Senator Murphy, in answer to your question, all I can do is try to be as fair and factual in describing what's happening in our country and appeal to people who are moderates in this country, the people who are fair arbiters of what's happening, to try to appeal to them that this is a crisis. So when university after university after university is cutting scientific research, stopping bringing in the best minds, PhD candidates, postdocs, when they're telling you that they're stopping investment in state-of-the-art research buildings, when they're telling you that they're shutting down programs to bring the youngest, brightest minds in, and our competitor, China, is doing the exact opposite, flowing money through, because China understands if we get 2 steps ahead of America on quantum computing, we can break all kinds of encryptions. We can locate every submarine they have. China understands if we can get 2 steps ahead of America on artificial intelligence, it's an end game for them. This is a global competition, and a president in 71 days, if you are a moderate in America and just want America to win in human endeavor, look at what the president is doing. And here's to the point you were driving, Senator Murphy. It is Orwellian. The bastions of freedom that are our universities, as an article from Fareed Zakaria has said, even with universities got too woke and had too excesses, the antidote to that isn't to try to shut down the thought of the left, it's to try to make a fair, more competitive marketplace for ideas from all around the political spectrum. But this isn't about politics, it's about science, it's about research, it's about cutting NIH funding, science funding. But I want to stick with that because that's the controversial nub, right? Like, we need to go after DEI programs. I'm hearing it all the time. It was like the confusion I had 5 years ago when people were asking me, oh, the Republicans are talking about critical race theory. I have, as my father says, I got more degrees in the month of July, but I'm not hot. But I had to go back and research what is critical race theory. Oxford, Stanford, Yale graduate, I didn't sure what they were talking about. And this is the rub on that, because I don't want to just talk about what's obvious, which should enrage people on both sides of the aisle. Not just enrage people on both sides of the aisle because of the China outcompeting us, but because we allocated this money in a bipartisan way that he's now trying to pull back. That should enrage us as a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. But I want to stick in this more controversial area that you talked about, that has all across the country people banning books. I heard Toni Morrison's Bluest Eye was being taken out of libraries. When I heard my favorite author, James Baldwin, was being taken out of libraries. What kind of world do we live in? We're somehow studying what they call Black history is something that we have to, that Trump feels like is to rally people to stop, where a person going for the Department of Education can't look you in the eye and says, yes, we need to study Black history. Well, I get upset with that because Black history is American history. I had a brilliant friend of mine, brilliant, look with me in deadpan embarrassment and tell me he just found out that year about the bombing in Tulsa, Oklahoma, something I worked with Senator Lankford to do more to memorialize, but just never knew about it. That this thriving African-American financial community was the first recorded aerial bombing, not Pearl Harbor, in the United States of America, and he was never taught it. Is that Black history or is that American history? Why do these people who attack our history think they have to sanitize, homogenize American, Disneyify American history to make us proud? I am more proud of our country when we tell the truth about what happened, when we learn from the wretchedness and the difficulties and the bigotries and the hates and the demagogues who pit us against each other and how we all overcame that. That's our greatness. How the genius of inventors that were women or blacks in the most oppressive of times still manifested their genius that transformed humanities. These are stories that should make every American more proud. So yeah, when you have a president now that is making people scrape through programs that they don't even know what they're doing, but if they have the word diversity in it, that's bad? That's insanity. My mom worked for IBM before they used words like DEI, and one of her jobs was to find a bigger pool of highly qualified applicants. And so you know what she did is what is being stopped by the Trump administration. She just made sure that they were going to HBCUs to find the brightest students so that their applicant pool would be better. This isn't about preferential treatment for one group over another. It's about trying to create a more competitive pool where we get the best of the best. It's about merit-based. And this president talks about merit, and I watched Senator Whitehouse ask one of the top lawyers in the EPA if he had ever brought a case, if he had ever had a hearing, if he ever did a deposition. No. And he's like, wait a minute, how are you qualified for this job? And that's the conflict in the logic that I'm observing. In one sense, they're exalting the wealthy elites. I have never imagined that I would see a presidential inauguration where billionaires, leaders of tech companies would sit in front of cabinet members, many of whom were billionaires themselves, but that kind of elitism, but yet they call academic excellence, brilliance and achievement in the sciences at these universities the elites that we need to go after. If we start going after our educational institutions and weakening their ability to advance excellence in human endeavor, we are injuring ourselves, and we have models for that. As Fareed Zakaria says, the best model is Mao Zedong and the Cultural Revolutions, where one of the first groups they went after were their universities. But now they're reversing that. And they watched what we did so well that they're doubling down on their funding of universities. They're taking their best scientists and taking away their passports because they don't want them to come here and study. Because they're trying to get ahead of us with DeepSeek and AI. They're trying to get ahead of us in quantum computing. They're trying to get ahead of us in robotics. They're trying to get ahead of us in biomedical engineering. They're trying to get ahead of us in all of these things, and they know the way they do it is to do what America did in the 60s, the 70s, 80s, the 90s, the aughts, the 2010s, to do what they did in all those times, and look at them now. Look at them now. I will yield while still retaining the floor.
I take the gentleman's point, my friend's point, right? I am probing tonight for the why, right? Because it's the obvious question. It doesn't make sense, right? On its face, this intentional chaos in Social Security, in Medicare, in higher education, it doesn't make sense. It's not about efficiency. It's not about jobs. So what is it about? But your point is a good one. That may not actually be the conversation that a lot of apolitical Americans are asking. They may just be looking at this on the face and say, how does it impact me? Doesn't matter to me why it's happening. It just matters to me how it's going to impact me. And there's just no doubt that this assault on higher education has an impact. It does, because we are, as you've said it better than I have, we are just in a race.
Yes.
We are just in a race, and we just decided to slow down to a walk, which is a shame because we're fast. You know, we're fast. This country is quick, and our coach just told us, start walking while the other guys speed up. And you know, this is why we have urgency, because the race is, this one's not I mean, you know, maybe it's a marathon, but, you know, it's one of those races where if the other team gets too big a lead, it's going to be hard to catch up. And so in the next 3.5 years, if we just stand down in terms of supporting the knowledge economy, we're going to shed millions of jobs. And once those centers of excellence, research excellence, are outside of the United States, it's not like the next president can just come back in and fix it. That becomes a permanent liability for us. So the reason that I'm here on the floor with you, Senator Booker, is because I agree with you that this is not normal, but I also agree with you that we got to wake our colleagues up fast, because like a second ago, I thought we all agreed on the fact that we need to support the knowledge economy. Like 2 seconds ago, we were all raising hands together, Republicans and Democrats, that we finally started putting big new dollars into NIH. We did a $2 billion increase, I think, a few years ago, and it was a big bipartisan achievement. And all of a sudden, just because Donald Trump is in the White House, we've lost the bipartisan consensus around supporting the knowledge economy.
And you go back to your question. I know you want to get your last question out before I jump into the next area that's so related to this, immigration. I mean, the brightest minds on the planet Earth that are coming here now are terrified to come here, but we'll talk about that.
I've made my point.
Oh, you made your point. I just wanted to say something to you because you just got me triggered when you said we had some consensus over the last 4 years that we were here. I love how you said just yesterday. I remember the Chips and Science Act. That was a bipartisan bill. I was sitting in a skiff with all of us, and I watched our whole national security apparatus talk about why science endeavors in chip making and the breakthroughs that are happening on chips are so essential for our national security, and how we had to stay ahead of the competition. And we marched out of that meeting in a bipartisan fashion. We saw this in the bipartisan work we've been doing on AI here, talking about how America has to lead in this area. And with all of that bipartisan vigor, we let a president come in 71 days and halt scientific research, pausing literally experiments in their tracks, halting researchers in their tracks, shaking universities to the core that are afraid of free expression for getting on the wrong side of dear leader, that it might cost them their science funding. So you are putting your finger on it. But can I just say something on a personal level? Because I just want to remind folks, as we close in on the 10th hour, that you and I were here for 15, and you are here. You are here because you agree with me. You agree with me that from science and research to higher education, to the Department of Education, to Social Security, to healthcare in America, we are at a crisis. Any one of those alone should have Americans. But the case we're making going through all of these, pulling from people on the left and the right. We've quoted Republican governors, we've quoted Republican mayor organizations, represented by organizations. We've quoted Republican business people. We've quoted for the Wall Street Journal, the Cato Institute's coming up. This is not a partisan crisis that people across the spectrum are pointing to. But I do want to point out that you've been such a good friend to me to spend 10 hours almost on the floor, and it means a lot to me tonight. So thank you for that as I switch to healthcare. And I appreciate the sentiment that you have and that you had after the Pulse shooting, that you were so worried about when I listened to your maiden speech when you first got here to the Senate, that we would normalize gun violence in this country. And what I'm worried about, I share your worry there. I grew up in a time where fire drills were the big thing. In that space between people ducking and covering because of nuclear fears, and left school before we were a country that had more active shooter drills than fire drills. And we just sort of are normalizing this terror in our country and haven't stepped up to the challenge of really doing something about it. But this is one of these crises where if we act like business as usual, 71 days so far of the Trump administration, when we get to 100 days, catastrophic things could have happened to Medicaid and health care. The crashing of research for science, the attacks on the programs our senior citizens rely on. We as a country have to, as I said at the very beginning, 10 hours ago almost, we have to do what John Lewis challenged us to do, to stand up, to speak up, to get into good trouble, necessary trouble. And tonight, my friend, in the wee hours, so many songs about 4 in the morning, it's like the hour that, that nobody should be awake. And I want to thank the presiding officer for being here. I want to thank the clerks and the parliamentary staff and the impositions but the cries of American citizens for their leaders to do something different, to stand up, to speak up, I felt like this has to be done. And so let's keep going. Almost 10 hours in, I'm thankful, but we're going to start the next section. And like I'm trying to do in all of these is I'm trying to elevate the voices that don't get to come to this place, the voices that I'm hearing from, voices that identify themselves sometimes as I'm a Republican veteran, I'm a Democrat, but most of them are just people that are just saying, this is not normal. Many of them are saying, do something. Some of them who get me very emotional saying, what can I do? I get that question a lot. What can I do? Tell me what I can do to try to stop this. We're going to take this issue of immigration. And here is, I'm not sure where this person is from. My staff has covered it up probably to protect a person's identity. But I'm going to read this handwritten note. Oh, it's from New Jersey. Thank you. Senator Booker, please continue to fight the good fight against the injustices being done by the current administration. I am the pastor of Emmanuel Lutheran Church in New Brunswick. As a faith leader and your constituent, I am deeply concerned about the treatment of LGBTQ people and immigrants by this administration. The demonization and marginalization of these groups is unchristian and deeply offensive to the values of my faith. I ask that you continue to oppose all executive orders and legislation that targets these groups. You have been a consistent ally. Please continue to be a champion for justice for all people, but especially the most vulnerable. Another person. Late yesterday, in fact, court filings from the Trump administration revealed that they mistakenly deported a Maryland father with protected legal status to this horrific prison in El Salvador. Abrego Garcia is married to a United States citizen and has a 5-year-old disabled child who is a U.S. citizen. He has no criminal record in the United States, but despite receiving a legal status called withholding of removal, where a United States immigration judge found that it is more likely than not to face persecution if deported to El Salvador, the Trump administration deported him. Where? To the very country from which he fled gang violence. Here's the story that was written about him in The Atlantic. The Trump administration acknowledged in a court filing Monday that it had grabbed a Maryland father with protected legal status and mistakenly deported him to El Salvador, but said that the U.S. courts lack jurisdiction to order his return from the mega prison where he's now locked up. The case appears to be the first time the Trump administration has admitted to errors when it sent 3 plane loads of Salvadorians and Venezuelan deportees to El Salvador's grim terrorism confinement center on March 15th. Attorneys for several Venezuelan deportees have said that the Trump administration falsely labeled their clients as gang members because of their tattoos. But in Monday's court filing, attorneys for the government admitted that the Salvadorian man, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, was deported accidentally. Although ICE was aware of his protection from removal to El Salvador, Abrego Garcia was removed to El Salvador because of an administrative error, the government told the court. Trump lawyers said the court has no ability to bring him back now that Abrego Garcia is in Salvadorian custody. Simon Sandoval Moshenberg, Abrego Garcia's attorney, said he's never seen a case in which the government knowingly deported someone who had already received protected legal status from an immigration judge. He is asking the court to order the Trump administration to ask for Abrego Garcia's return and, if necessary, to withhold payment to the Salvadorian government, which says it's charging the United States $6 million a year to jail U.S. deportees. The Trump administration told the court to dismiss the request on multiple grounds, including the Trump's primacy in foreign affairs. Primacy in foreign affairs. I'm not going to stop now, but I ask anybody who's read the Constitution to understand that the President of the United States is not king. He does not have primacy in foreign affairs. I continue with the article. The claim that the court is powerless to order any relief, Sandoval Moschenberg told me. If that's true, the immigration laws are meaningless, all of them, because the government can do whatever they want, whenever they want, wherever they want, and no court can do anything about it once it's done. Court filings show Abrego Garcia came to the United States at the age of 16 in 2011, fleeing gang threats in his native El Salvador. In 2019, he received a form of protected legal status known as withholding of removal from a U.S. immigration judge who found he would likely be targeted by gangs if he was deported back. Abrego Garcia, who is married to a U.S. citizen and has a 5-year-old disabled child who is also a U.S. citizen, has no criminal record in the United States, according to his attorney. The Trump administration does not claim he has a criminal record, but called him a danger to the community. They called him an active member of MS-13, the Salvadorian gang that Trump has declared a foreign terrorist organization. Sandoval Moschenberg said those charges are false, and the gang label stems from a 2019 incident when Abrego Garcia and 3 other men were detained in Home Depot parking lot by a police detective in Prince George's County, Maryland. During questioning, one of the men told officers Abrego was a gang member, but the man offered no proof, and police say they didn't believe him. Filings show police did not identify him as a gang member. Abrego Garcia was not charged with the crime, but he was handed over to U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement after the arrest to face deportation. In those proceedings, the government claimed that a reliable informant had identified him as a ranking member of MS-13. Abrego Garcia and his family hired an attorney and fought the government's attempt to deport him. He received withholding of removal 6 months later, that protective status. It's not a path to permanent U.S. residency, but it means the government won't deport him back to his home country because it's more likely than not that he'll face harm there. Abrego Garcia has no contact with any law enforcement agency since his release, according to its attorney. He works full-time as a union sheet metal apprentice, has complied with requirements to check in annually with ICE, and cares for his 5-year-old son who has autism and a hearing defect and is unable to communicate verbally. On March 12th, Abrego Garcia had picked up his son after work from the boy's grandmother's house when ICE officers stopped the car, saying his protective status had changed. Officers waited for Abrego's wife to come to the scene and take care of the boy, then drove away with him in handcuffs. Within 2 days, he had been transferred to an ICE staging facility in Texas, along with other detainees the government was preparing to send to El Salvador. Trump had invoked the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, and the government planned to deport 2 plane loads of Venezuelans along with a separate group of Salvadorians. Abrego's family has no contact with him since he was sent to the mega prison in El Salvador known as the CECOT, C-E-C-O-T. His wife spotted her husband in the news photographs released by Salvadorian President Buckle on the morning of March 16th, after a U.S. district judge had told the Trump administration to halt the flights. Oopsie, Buckle wrote on social media, taunting the judge. Abrego Garcia's wife recognized her husband's decorative arm tattoo and scars, according to the court filing. The image showed Salvadorian guards in black ski masks frog marching him into the prison with his head down, shoved down toward the floor. The CECOT is the same prison Department of Homeland Security Kristi Noem visited last week, recording videos for social media while standing in front of a cell packed with silent detainees. If the government wants to deport someone with protective status, the standard course would be to reopen the case and introduce new evidence arguing for deportation. The deportation of a protective status holder has even stunned some government attorneys. I've been in touch with who are tracking the case, who declined to be named because they weren't authorized to speak to the press. One of those people texted me, what, period, the, period, expletive, period. Sandoval Moshenberg told the court he believes Trump officials deported his client through extrajudicial means because they believed that going through the immigration judge process took too long and they feared that they might not win after all their cases. Officials at ICE and the Department of Homeland Security did not respond to a question for a comment. The Monday court filing by the government indicates officials knew Abrego Garcia had legal protections shielding him from deportation to El Salvador. ICE was aware of this grant, withholding the removal at a time of Abrego Garcia's removal from the United States. Reference was made to his status on internal forms. Abrego Garcia was not on the initial manifest of the deportation flight, but was listed as, in quotes, an alternate. The government attorneys explained, as other detainees were removed from the flight for various reasons, Abrego Garcia, in quotes, moved up the list. The flight manifest did not indicate that Abrego Garcia should not be removed. The attorney said through administrative error, Abrego Garcia was removed from the United States to El Salvador. This was an oversight, the government admitted. But despite this, they told the court that Abrego Garcia's deportation was carried out in good faith. I'm going to go into this section now, and I'm going to read things by conservative justices and liberal justices to some of the most conservative Supreme Court justices that say this is outrageous in this nation. No one. There are parts of this Constitution, and I'm going to talk about them, that talk about due process, about fundamental American ideals. But this story and the few others I've heard where Americans that have the status to stay here, that have an American spouse, American children, who will be traumatized by this. This case, a disabled child whose working father, who was struggling to take care of one of our children, an American child with an American mother. We were told that the president said he was going to be focusing on criminals, and these trumped up charges, where they admit in court and made a mistake, but write such mocking things to judges like whoopsie on social media, this cruelty, this is not who we are. So let's talk about the Constitution first. The Fifth and the 14th Amendment. The Fifth and the 14th Amendment. The Fifth and the 14th Amendments say that no one shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without the due process of law. The central promise of those words is an assurance that all levels of the American government must operate within the law and the bonds of this Constitution, that everybody in this chamber swears an oath to uphold the Constitution. But every single day, it just seems our president is in challenging constitutional principles, pushing past constitutional boundaries. Every day we're hearing news stories of immigrants, some here legally, some awaiting trial, most charged with no crimes, being rounded up, detained, arrested, deported, often just disappeared. This is happening without charges, evidence, trials, hearings, without what the Constitution says, due process. This is what other governments done. We've talked about it. In the Foreign Relations Committee, we complain about it to nations across the earth when they do not show due process, where they disappear people. Maybe you're an immigrant that's never broken the law. Maybe you're a citizen. Even if you think the administration's immigration agenda doesn't apply to you, please know that the reckless behavior we're seeing erodes all of our rights. And the American mother and the American child right now, whose husband was unjustly and illegally deported and is right now in an El Salvadorian prison, Think about them. Denying due process is a slippery slope. We've seen it in other countries with democratic backsliding. It is a slippery slope. If people can be detained and deported without a hearing, detained and deported without due process, without seeing a judge, nothing will stop from slipping toward deporting others, making mistakes with an American. I'm one of these people in this body that thinks our immigration system is in desperate need of reform. It was last updated 40 years ago. 40 years ago was the last time we acted to update our immigration laws. The failure to update our laws has resulted in our country's inability to manage unprecedented levels of global migration that are not just affecting our country, but are affecting others. It's an unprecedented influx of applications to enter the United States. It's put pressure and strain on our immigration system. It's slowed down processing times for millions of people trying to immigrate or naturalize legally and made it more difficult to incentivize the world's brightest minds to come here to contribute to our country's long-term success. For millions of Americans, immigration is not a political issue, it's a personal one. There are immigrants around my state and in every state who have waited year after year for Congress to find bipartisan agreement to improve our system in ways that most Americans agree on, whether you're right or left. They've been waiting for Congress to fix our outdated immigration laws, to secure our borders, to dedicate the resources necessary for USCIS to fix the outrageously long processing times for immigrations and provide a pathway to legal status for long-term American residents who have followed our laws, contributed to our societies, and some of them know no other country because they came here when they were just months old. Our immigration laws are so outdated, even the conservative Cato Institute published a comprehensive policy analysis in 2023 titled, "Why Legal Immigration is Nearly Impossible." In it, the Cato Institute explains, I quote, "Today, fewer than 1% of the people who want to move permanently to the United States can do so legally. Legal immigration is less like waiting in line and more like winning the lottery. It happens, but it's so rare that it's irrational to expect it in any individual case." The Cato Institute continues, "For some immigrants, this restrictive system sends them back into the black market of illegal immigration. For others, it sends them to other countries where they contribute to the quality of life in their homes. And for still others, it requires them to remain in their homeland, often underemployed, sometimes in danger. Whatever the outcome, the system punishes both prospective immigrants and Americans who would associate, contract, and trade with them. Congress and the administration can do better." I've met with conservatives, I've met with business groups, I've met with agricultural leaders who all talk to common sense things we should be doing to improve our immigration system, to protect our borders, yes, but to improve our economy, to improve our scientific research, to improve our quality of life. The only way to fix our broken immigration system is for Congress to fix it, to pass comprehensive immigration reform. But instead of a leader, strong leaders who go before Congress taking on the most complex issues, but yet have the courage to stand before Congress and pull them together to do hard things, instead of doing that, the last time we made progress in this body, President Trump actively blocked bipartisan legislation. Now he's imposed policies that aren't just going after criminals, they're dragging in so many others. When President Trump stopped Republicans from voting on the bipartisan bill that was negotiated in the Senate last year, He stopped us from making strides towards the larger fixes we need. The administration's immigration plans are not helping American citizens who are submitting applications so that their spouse or fiancé who is waiting in another country can finally join them in the United States. The administration right now is not helping American citizens who have been waiting for years for a visa for their brother or their sister or their mother or their father. Uniting families is an American value. Americans aren't getting any relief from these extraordinarily long wait times. On the USCIS website, you can check the average processing times for these cases, and most Americans would be shocked, or maybe even horrified, to learn just how long it will take for you as an American citizen to bring a husband or a wife or even a child back to the United States with you. We checked this past weekend, and here are the numbers. For the I-129 fiancé visa, the processing time for 80% of the cases is 8 months to 3 years. For an I-130 visa, if you're a U.S. citizen petitioning for your spouse, parent, or minor child, then the waiting time is anything from 17 months to 64 months. That's an average from anywhere from 1.5 years to over 5 years. For an I-90, if your green card is destroyed in a flood or a fire, 80% of people will be waiting for almost 1.5 years, 17 months, to just get a new copy. These numbers are shocking, and they don't even take into account long wait times for visa appointments at the U.S. consulate or embassies. In India, for example, the average wait time for an appointment is well over 400 days. American citizens, including thousands of my constituents in New Jersey, are so angry. They're waiting far too long for their cases to be prioritized and adjudicated. But when Trump relocates all the resources within our immigration system to conducting the largest mass deportation of people in history, American citizens are paying the price, not just from USCIS processing times. We pay the price because to do this, he is diverting actual law enforcement resources away from solving crimes and stopping terrorism. His actions are actually making us less safe. We pay the price because these policies are eroding constitutional principles, as well as making us less safe by taking law enforcement away from their efforts. This plan is about conditioning Americans to the suspension of due process, first for immigrants. If we let due process erode for immigrants, it erodes for Americans. Let me outline a little bit about how this is happening and why this is a crisis. 2 weeks ago, Trump invoked the Alien Enemies Act. The Alien Enemies Act of 1798 allows the president to detain or deport the natives and citizens of an enemy nation that we are at war with. 1798 Act. The president can detain or deport these immigrants without a hearing, with no due process, even ones who are lawfully present in the United States. The Alien Enemies Act was last used during one of our country's darkest moments, the internment of Japanese, German, and Italian nationals during World War II. But even then, we still ensured that due process was followed. Prior to detention, people subjected to the Alien Enemies Act in the 1940s appeared before the Alien Enemy Hearing Board, where they could at least present evidence that they had no ties to Axis powers. As one circuit court judge recently said of Trump's use of the Alien Enemies Act, there's no regulations, and nothing was adopted by agency officials that were administrating this. The people weren't even given notice. They weren't told where they were going. They were given these people on those planes, they were getting those people on the planes on Saturday and had no opportunity to file habeas or any type of action to challenge their removal. The standards of 1940 during World War II were higher than the standards of this president? The following are people that Trump has targeted and removed without criminal charges, without a hearing, without evidence, to a prison rife with human rights abuses in El Salvador. These are the people that he has sent there. A tattoo artist seeking asylum who entered the country legally an aspiring pop musician with a tattoo of a hummingbird, a 24-year-old who used to teach swim classes for children with developmental disabilities and has a tattoo of an autism awareness ribbon in honor of his brother, a Venezuelan who had fled violence in Venezuela last year and came to the United States to seek asylum. His lawyer wrote on social media, ICE alleged that his tattoos are gang-related. They are absolutely not. Our client worked in the arts in Venezuela. He is gay. LGBTQ, his tattoos are benign. He has no criminal record. Another Venezuelan removed to this El Salvadorian prison is a barber with no criminal history. Another professional is a professional soccer player, has a tattoo with a soccer ball and a rosary closely resembling the logo of his favorite soccer team. This is stunning. What we're doing. These people were swept up and sent to another prison known for its human rights abuses because they were Venezuelan and had tattoos, benign tattoos. An article was published in one periodical about the anguish from families. Here are a few excerpts from the article. You are here because of your tattoos. The Trump administration sent Venezuelans to El Salvador's most infamous prison. Their families are looking for answers. On Friday, March 14th, Arturo Suarez Trejo called his wife, Natalie Sanchez, from an immigration detention center in Texas. Suarez, a 33-year-old male, native of Caracas, Venezuela, explained that his deportation flight had been delayed. He told his wife he still would be home soon. Suarez did not go back to Venezuela. Still, there was at least a silver lining. In December, Sanchez had given birth to their daughter, Nahira. Suarez would finally have a chance to meet their 3-month-old baby girl he had never ever seen. But Sanchez told the outlet she had not heard from Suarez since. Instead, last weekend, she found herself zooming in on a photo the government of El Salvador published of Venezuelan men the Trump administration had sent to President Nayib Bukele's infamous terrorism confinement center, or CCOT. I realized that one of them was my husband, she said. I recognized him by his tattoo, by his ear, and a scar on his chin. Even though I couldn't see his face, I knew it was him. The photo of Sanchez examined, a highly produced propaganda video promoted by Secretary of State and the White House, showed Venezuelans shackled in prison uniforms as they were pushed around by guards and had their heads shaved. The tattoo on Suarez's neck is of colibri, a hummingbird. His wife said it was meant to symbolize harmony and good energy. She said his other tattoos, like a palm tree on his hand, and an homage to Suarez's late mother's use of Venezuelan expression about God being greater than a coconut tree, were similarly innocuous. Needless to say, they may be why Suarez has been effectively disappeared by the U.S. government into an El Salvadorian mega prison. We must keep our country safe. Violent criminals, people with long criminal records who are not citizens, I think every American would agree. They should be deported. Immigrants to this country surprisingly have a much lower rate of breaking laws, but if they break laws, I agree. But maybe you're an immigrant that's never broken a law. Maybe you're a naturalized citizen. Maybe you were born here. The problem with this idea of disappearing people with no due process is once that foundation is laid, if they're able to defend that lack of due process, to use that law from the 1700s, we begin a process in this country that even conservative justices of the Supreme Court said is unjustifiable. Denying people due process pushes us down a road where more exceptions can be made. You cannot deny fundamental rights to another and not endanger them for yourself. We have created a system now, if Trump is successful, where you can just say, you can just claim, you can just point to someone and say they're from X country or claim that they're part of a gang. And without any due process, without any vetting, without going before any independent arbiter, you are disappeared. Because there's just no way to challenge them. No due process for non-citizens means that we are a country in violation of those ideals I talked about from here. It says at the beginning of this country, that says very simply, no one shall be deprived of life, liberty, or pursuit or property. No one without due process of law. As soon as we break that, as soon as we violate that, we're going down a road. Anton Scalia, I confess, I've disagreed with him on so many things, but this conservative justice once sat in an interview with Ruth Bader Ginsburg. They had a relationship that I think was special and shows that even people that have distinctly different views can still make real human connection in our country. They were asked by an interviewer whether undocumented people have the 5 freedoms: freedom of religion, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of assembly, and freedom to petition the government. Here is what the conservative Justice Scalia said. Oh, I think so. I think anybody who is present in the United States has protections under the United States Constitution. Americans abroad have that protection. Other people abroad do not. They don't have the protections of our constitutions, but anyone who is present in the United States has the protections of the United States Constitution. Anton Scalia, one of the most conservative members of the highest court in our land. And of course, Ginsburg, his ideological opposite, she concurred when she said, when we get to the 14th Amendment, it doesn't speak of citizens as some constitutions grant rights to citizens, but our Constitution says persons, and that the person is every person who was here in our country, documented or undocumented. Our Constitution is clear on the face. If you are an originalist like Anton Scalia and you read the Constitution's words, you have to stand for the idea that no one should be denied due process, that the government can't walk up to a human being and grab them off the street and put them on a plane and send them to one of the most notorious prisons in the world and just say, as one of our authority did, oopsie. Think about that. And that happened to a father of an American child. Think about that. That happened to a husband of an American woman. Think about that. That happened to a man who a judge already said he had the right to stay. When the rights of some are violated, they are a threat to the rights of all of us. In January, ICE agents in New Jersey raided a small business without a warrant and detained a Puerto Rican military veteran, a Boricua, an American citizen, detained him even after he presented his valid ID to those ICE agents. This is one example of so many. Some Americans have already been caught in Trump's immigration dragnet. More will be. An article by Nicole Foy. About a week after President Trump took office, Jonathan Guerrero was sitting at a Philadelphia car wash where he works when immigration agents burst in. The agents didn't say why they were there and didn't show their badges, Guerrero recalled. So the 21-year-old didn't get a chance to explain that although his parents were from Mexico, he was born right there in the city of brotherly love. An agent pointed his gun at Guerrero and handcuffed him. Then they brought in other car wash workers, including Guerrero's father, who's undocumented. When agents began checking IDs, they finally noticed that Guerrero's was a citizen and quickly let him go. I said, look, man, I don't know who these guys are and what they're doing. With anything law-related, I just stay quiet. Less than 2 months into the Trump administration, there has been a small but steady beat of more and more reported cases like Guerrero's. In Utah, agents pulled over and detained a 20-year-old American after he honked at them. In New Mexico, a member of the Muscalera Apache Nation, more than 2 hours from the border, was stopped and questioned by agents who demanded to see their passports. Earlier this month, a Trump voter in Virginia was pulled over and handcuffed by a gun-wielding immigration agent. It's unclear exactly how many citizens have faced the Trump administration's dragnet so far, and while previous administrations have mistakenly held Americans too, there's no firm count on these incidents either. Government doesn't release figures on citizens who have been held by immigration authorities, neither Customs and Border Protection, neither Immigration and Customs Enforcement, which handles interior immigration enforcement. Experts and advocates say what is clear to them, though, is that Trump's aggressive immigration policies, such as arrest quotas for enforcement agents, make it more and more likely that citizens will be caught up in immigration sweeps. In quotes, it's really everyone, not just non-citizens or undocumented people who are in danger of having their liberty violated in this kind of mass deportation machinery. Asked about reports of Americans getting caught up in administration's enforcement policies, an ICE spokesman told the outlet in a written statement that agents are allowed to ask for citizens' identification. Any U.S. immigration officer has authority to question without warrant any alien or person believed to be an alien concerning his or her right to be or to remain in the United States. The agency didn't respond to questions about specific cases. The U.S. has gone through spasms of detaining and even deporting large numbers of citizens. In the 1930s and 1940s, federal and local authorities forcibly exiled an estimated 1 million Mexican Americans, including hundreds of thousands of American-born children. That's our past. An estimated 1 million Mexican Americans, including hundreds of thousands of American-born children, swept up and deported. The U.S. Governmental Accountability Office report found that immigration authorities had asked to hold roughly 600 likely citizens during Trump's first term. The GAO, also the Government Accountability Office, also found that Trump actually deported about 70 likely American citizens. The GAO report did not get into any individual cases, but lawsuits brought against federal immigration agencies detailed dozens of cases where plaintiffs received a settlement. This will accelerate if there's no due process. In his first administration, there was some process. But this will accelerate if there's no due process. I live in Newark, New Jersey, and there are dozens of languages spoken in my city, and some of the elders from some of these many different ethnic groups, from European folks who don't speak English to folks from Asia that don't speak English. And imagine one of these Americans gets stopped and doesn't have papers on them, and they see a tattoo, and next thing you know, they're sent to Louisiana or Texas, and next thing you know, they're on a flight. That's not hyperbole. That's not some impossible thing. We know once due process is eliminated in this country, for some, all are in danger. It is a constitutional slippage that Scalia and conservatives who believe in the Constitution nobly object to. Canadian citizen Jasmine Mooney was detained by ICE for 2 weeks. I saw an interview of her, this white woman, stunned. Here's what she wrote. It's Canadian. There was no explanation, no warning. 1 minute, I was an immigration officer talking to an officer about my work visa, which has been approved months before and allowed me, a Canadian, to work in the United States. The next, I was told to put my hands against the wall and patted down like a criminal before being sent to an ICE detention center without the chance to talk to a lawyer. I grew up in Whitehorse, Yukon, a small town in the northernmost part of Canada. I always knew I wanted to do something bigger with my life. I left home early and moved to Vancouver, British Columbia, where I built a career spanning multiple industries, acting in film and television, owning bars and restaurants, flipping condos, and managing Airbnbs. In my 30s, I found my true passion, working in health and the wellness industry. I was given an opportunity to help launch an American brand of health tonics called Holy Water, a job that would involve moving to the United States. I was granted my trade work visa, which allows Canadian and Mexican citizens to work in the United States in specified professional occupations. I got it on my second attempt. It goes without saying then that I have no criminal record. I also love the United States and consider myself to be a kind, hardworking person. I started working in California and traveled back and forth between Canada and the US multiple times without any complications until one day, upon returning to the United States, a border officer questioned me about my initial visa denial and subsequent visa approval. He asked why I had gone to San Diego border the second time to apply. I explained that that was where my lawyer's offices were and that he had wanted to accompany me to ensure there were no issues. After a long interrogation, the officer told me that it seemed, quote, shady, and that my visa hadn't been properly processed. He claimed I couldn't work for a company in the US that made use of hemp, one of the beverage ingredients. He revoked my visa and told me I could still work for the company from Canada, but if I wanted to return to the US, I would need to apply. I was devastated. I had just started building a life in California. I stayed in California for the next few months and was eventually offered a similar position, but with a different health and wellness brand. I started the visa processes and returned to the same immigration office in San Diego at the border. Since they had processed my visa before and I was familiar with it, hours passed with many confused opinions about my case. The officer I spoke to was kind, but told me that due to my previous issues, I needed to apply for my visa through the consulate. I told her I hadn't been aware I needed to apply that way, but I had no problem doing it. Then she said something strange. You didn't do anything wrong. You were not in trouble. You were not a criminal. I remember thinking, why would she say that? Of course I'm not a criminal. Then she told me they had to send me back to Canada. That didn't concern me. I assumed I would simply book a flight home. But as I sat searching for flights, a man approached me and said, "Come with me." There was no explanation, no nothing. He took me to a room, took my belongings from my hands, and ordered me to put my hands against the wall. A woman immediately began patting me down. The commands came rapid fire, one after another, too fast to process. They took my shoes, pulled out my shoelaces. "What are you doing? What's happening?" I asked. "You are being detained." "I don't understand. What does that mean? For how long?" "I don't know." That would be the response to nearly every question I would ask over the next 2 weeks. I don't know. They brought me downstairs for a series of interviews and medical questions. They searched my bags and told me I had to get rid of half my belongings because I couldn't take everything with me. "Take everything with me where?" I asked. A woman asked me for the name of someone they could contact on my behalf. In moments like this, you realize you don't actually know anyone's phone number anymore. By some miracle, I had recently memorized my best friend Britt's number because I had been putting my grocery points on her account. I gave them her phone number. They handed me a mat and a folded up sheet of aluminum foil. "What's this?" "Your blanket." "I don't understand." I was taken to a tiny freezing cement cell with bright fluorescent lights and a toilet. There were 5 other women lying on their mats with aluminum sheets wrapped around them looking like dead bodies. The guard locked the door behind me. For 2 days, we remained in the cell, only leaving briefly for food. The lights never turned off. We never knew what time it was, and no one answered our questions. No one in the cell spoke English, so I either tried to sleep or meditate to keep from having a breakdown. I didn't trust the food, so I fasted, assuming I wouldn't be there long. On the 3rd day, I was finally allowed to make a phone call. I called Britt and told her that I didn't understand what was happening. No one would tell me when I was going home, and that she was my only contact. They gave me a stack of paperwork to sign and told me I was being given a 5-year ban unless I applied for re-entry through the consulate. The officer also said it didn't matter whether I signed the papers or not, it was happening regardless. I was so delirious, I just signed. I told them I would pay for my flight home and asked when I could leave. No answer. They then moved me to another cell, this time with no mats or blanket. I sat freezing on the cement floor for hours. That's when I realized they were processing me into real jail, the Otay Mesa Detention Center. I was told to shower, given a jail uniform, fingerprinted and interviewed. I begged for information. How long will I be here? I don't know your case, the man said. Could be days, could be weeks, but I'm telling you right now, you need to mentally prepare yourself for months. Months? I felt like I was going to throw up. I was taken to the nurse's office for a medical check. She asked what happened to me. She had never seen a Canadian there before. When I told her my story, she grabbed my hand and said, "Do you believe in God?" I told her I had only recently found God, but now I believed in God more than anything. And she said, "I believe God brought you here for a reason. I know it feels like your life is in a million pieces, but you will be okay through this. I think you're going to find a way to help others." At the time, I didn't know what that meant. She asked if she could pray for me. I held her hands and wept. I felt like I had been sent a guardian angel. I was then placed in a real jail unit. 2 levels of cells surrounding a common area, just like in the movies. I was put in a tiny cell alone with a bunk bed and a toilet. The best part, there were blankets. After 3 days without one, I wrapped myself in mine and finally felt some comfort. For the first day, I didn't leave my cell. I continued fasting, terrified that the food might make me sick. The only available water came from the tap attached to the toilet in our cells or a sink in the common area, neither of which felt safe to drink. Eventually, I forced myself to step out, meet the guards, and learn the rules. One of them told me, "No fighting." I joked, "I'm a lover, not a fighter." He laughed. I asked if there had ever been a fight in there. "In this unit? No," he said. "No one in this unit has a criminal record." That's when I started meeting other women. That's when I started hearing their stories. And that's when I made a decision. I would never allow myself to feel sorry for my situation again. No matter how hard this was, I had to be grateful because every woman I met was in an even more difficult position than mine. There were around 140 of us in our unit. Many women had lived and worked in the U.S. legally for years, but had overstayed their visas, often after reapplying and being denied. They had all been detained without warning. If someone is a criminal, I agree they should be taken off the streets. But not one of these women had a criminal record. These women acknowledged that they shouldn't have overstayed and took responsibility for their actions, but their frustration wasn't about being held accountable. It was about the endless bureaucratic limbo they had been trapped in. The real issue was how long it took to get out of the system with no clear answers, no timeline, and no way to move forward. Once deported, many have no choice but to abandon everything they own because the cost of shipping their belongings back is too high. I met a woman who had been on a road trip with her husband. She said they had 10-year work visas. While driving near the San Diego border, they mistakenly got into a lane leading to Mexico. They stopped and told the agent they didn't have their passports on them, expecting to be redirected. Instead, they were detained. They were both pastors. I met a family of 3 who had been living in the U.S. for 11 years with work authorizations. They paid taxes and were waiting for green cards. Every year, the mother had to undergo a background check, but this time she was told to bring her whole family. When they arrived, they were taken into custody and told their status would now be processed from within the detention center. Another woman from Canada had been living in the U.S. with her husband, who was detained after a traffic stop. She admitted she had overstayed her visa and accepted that she would be deported, but she had been stuck in the system for almost 6 weeks because she had her passport. Who runs casual errands without their passport? One woman had a 10-year visa. When it expired, she moved back to her home country, Venezuela. She admitted she had overstayed by 1 month before leaving. Later, she returned from a vacation and entered the U.S. without issue. But when she took a domestic flight from Miami to Los Angeles, she was picked up by ICE and detained. She couldn't be deported because Venezuela wasn't accepting deportees. She didn't know where she was getting out. She didn't know when she was getting out. There was a girl from India who had overstayed her student visa for 3 days before heading back home. She then came back to the US on a new visa to finish her master's degree and was handed over to ICE due to the 3 days she had overstayed on her previous visa. There were women who had been picked up off the streets from outside their workplaces, from their homes. All of these women told me that they had been detained from time spans ranging from a few weeks to 10 months. One woman's daughter was outside the detention center protesting for her release. That night, the pastor invited me into a service she was holding. A girl who spoke English translated for me as the woman took turns sharing their prayers for their sick parents, for their children they hadn't seen in weeks, for the loved ones that they had been torn away from. Then unexpectedly, they asked if they could pray for me. I was new here, and they wanted to welcome me. They formed a prayer circle around me, took my hands and prayed. I had never felt so much love, energy, and compassion from a group of strangers in my life. Everyone was crying. At 3 a.m. the next day, I was woken up in my cell. Pack your bag, you're leaving. I jolted upright. I get to go home. The operative shrugged. I don't know where you're going. Of course, no one knew anything. I grabbed my things and went downstairs, where 10 other women stood in silence, tears streaming down their faces, but these weren't happy tears. That was the moment I learned the term transferred. For many of these women, detention centers had become a twisted version of home. They had formed bonds, established routines, and found slivers of comfort in friendships they hadn't built. Now, without warning, they were being torn apart and sent somewhere new. Watching them say goodbye, clinging to each other, was gut-wrenching. I had no idea what was waiting for me next. In hindsight, that was probably for the best. Our next stop was Arizona, the San Luis Regional Detention Center. The transfer process had lasted for 24 hours, a sleepless, grueling ordeal. This time, men were transported with us, roughly 50 of us crammed into a prison bus for the next 5 hours, packed together, women in the front, men in the back. We were bound in chains that wrapped tightly around our waists, with our cuffed hands secured to our bodies and shackles restraining our feet, forcing every moment into a slow, clinking struggle. When we arrived at our next destination, we were forced to go through the entire intake process all over again with medical exams, fingerprinting, and pregnancy tests. They linked us up in a filthy cell, squatting over a communal toilet, holding Dixie cups of urine while the nurses dropped pregnancy tests in each of our cups. It was disgusting. We sat in freezing cold jail cells for hours, waiting for everyone to be processed. Across the room, one of the women suddenly spotted her husband. They had both been detained and were now seeing each other for the first time in weeks. The look in their faces, pure love, relief, and longing, was something I'll never forget. We were beyond exhausted. I felt like I was hallucinating. The guard tossed us each a blanket and said, "Find a bed." There were no pillows. The room was cold as ice, and one blanket wasn't enough. Around me, women lay curled into themselves, heads covered, looking like a room full of corpses. This place made the last jail feel like the Four Seasons. I kept telling myself, do not let this break you. 30 of us shared one room. We were given one styrofoam cup for water and one plastic spoon that we had to reuse for every meal. I eventually had to start trying to eat. Sure enough, I got sick. None of the uniforms fit, and everyone had men's shoes on. The towels they gave us to shower with were hand towels. They wouldn't give us more blankets. The fluorescent lights shined on us 24/7. Everything felt like it was meant to break you. Nothing was explained to us. I wasn't given a phone call. We were locked in a room, no daylight, with no idea when we would get out. I tried to stay calm as every fiber of my being raged toward panic mode. I didn't know how I would tell Britt where I was. Then, as if sent from God, one of the women showed me a tablet attached to the wall where I could send emails. I only remembered my CEO's email from memory. I typed out a message praying he would see it. He responded. Through him, I was able to connect with Britt. She told me that they were working around the clock trying to get me out, but no one had any answers. The system made it next to impossible. I told her about the conditions in this new place, and that was when we decided to go to the media. She started working with a reporter and asked whether I would be able to call her so she could loop him in. The international phone account that Britt had previously tried to set up for me wasn't working, so one of the other women offered to let me use her phone account to make a call. In that cell, we were all in this together. With nothing to do in my cell but talk, I made new friends. Women had risked everything for their chance at a better life for themselves and their families. Through them, I learned the harsh reality of seeking asylum. Showing me their physical scars, they explained how they had paid smugglers anywhere from $20,000 to $60,000 to reach the U.S. border, enduring brutal jungles and horrendous conditions. One woman had been offered asylum in Mexico within 2 weeks, but had been encouraged to keep going to the U.S. Now she was stuck, living in a nightmare, separated from her young children for months. She sobbed, telling me how she felt like the worst mother in the world. Many of these women were highly educated and spoke multiple languages. If they had been advised to pretend they didn't speak English because it would supposedly increase their chances of asylum. Some believed they were being used as examples, as warnings to others not to come. Women were starting to panic in this new facility, and knowing I was most likely the first person to get out, they wrote letters and messages for me to send to their families. I felt like we all had been kidnapped, thrown in some sort of sick psychological experiment meant to strip us of every ounce of our strength and dignity. We were from different countries, spoke different languages, and practiced different religions, yet in this place, none of that mattered. Everyone took care of each other, everyone shared food, everyone held each other when someone broke down. Everyone fought to keep each other's hope alive. I got a message from Britt. My story had started to blow up in the media almost immediately after I was told I was being released. My ICE agent, who had never spoken before, told my lawyer I could have left sooner if I had signed a withdrawal form, and that they hadn't known I would pay for my own flight home. From the moment I arrived, I begged every officer I saw to let me pay for my own ticket home. Not a single one of them ever spoke to me about my case. To put things into perspective, I had a Canadian passport, lawyers, resources, media attention, friends, family, and even politicians advocating for me, yet I was still detained for nearly 2 weeks. Imagine what this system is like for every other person in there. A small group of us were transferred back to San Diego at 2 a.m. One last road trip, once again shackled in chains. I was then taken to the airport where 2 officers were waiting for me. The media was there, so the officers snuck me through a side door, trying to avoid anyone seeing me in my restraints. I was beyond grateful that at the very least I didn't have to walk through the airport in chains. To my surprise, the officers escorting me were incredibly kind and even funny. It was the first time I had laughed in weeks. I asked if I could put my shoelaces back on. Yes, one of them said with a grin, but you better not run. Yeah, the other one added, or we'll have to tackle you in the airport. That'll really make headlines. I laughed and then told them I spent a lot of time observing the guards during my detention, and I couldn't believe how often I saw humans treating other humans with such disregard. But don't worry, I joked. You two get 5 stars. When I finally landed in Canada, my mom and 2 best friends were waiting for me, so was the media. I spoke to them briefly, numb and delusional from exhaustion. It was surreal listening to my friends recount everything they had done to get me out, working with lawyers, reaching out to the media, making endless calls to detention centers, desperately trying to get through to ICE or anyone who could help. They said the entire system felt rigged, designed to make it nearly impossible for anyone to get out. The reality became clear. ICE detention isn't just a bureaucratic nightmare, it's a business. These facilities are privately owned and run for profit. Companies like Core Civic and Geo Group receive government funding based on the number of people they detain, which is why they lobby for stricter immigration policies. It's a lucrative business. Core Civic made over $560 million from ICE contracts in a single year. In 2024, Geo Group more than $763 million from ICE contracts. The more detainees, the more money they make. It stands to reason that these companies have no incentive to release people quickly. What I had experienced was finally starting to make sense. This is not just my story. It is a story of thousands and thousands of people still strapped in a system that profits from their suffering. I am writing in hopes that someone out there, someone with power to change any of this, can help do something. The strength I witnessed in those women, the love they gave despite their suffering, is what gives me faith. Faith that no matter how flawed the system is, how cruel the circumstances, humanity will always shine through. Even in the darkest places, within the most broken systems, humanity persists. Sometimes it reveals itself in the smallest unexpected acts of kindness, a shared meal, a whispered prayer, a hand reaching out in the dark. We are defined by the love we extend. We are defined by the love we extend. We are defined by the love we extend. We are defined by the love we extend, by the courage we summon, and the truths we are willing to tell. It's the end of the article. The stories continue. A 10-year-old citizen in Texas, recovering from brain cancer, was detained at a Border Patrol checkpoint, and eventually the American citizen was deported to Mexico with her undocumented parents, even though they were in need of medical attention for their brain cancer. Here's the article from NBC. U.S. citizen child recovering from brain cancer removed to Mexico with undocumented parents. A family that was deported to Mexico hopes they can find a way to return to the U.S. and ensure their 10-year-old daughter, my fellow American, who is a U.S. citizen, can continue her brain cancer treatment. Immigration authorities removed the girl and 4 of her American siblings from Texas on May 4th. 5 Americans in total. When they deported their undocumented parents, the family's ordeal last month when they were rushing from the Rio Grande City where they lived to Houston, where their daughter's specialist doctors are based for emergency medical checkup. The parents had done the trip at least 5 other times in the past, passing through an immigration checkpoint every time without any issues, according to attorney Danny Woodward from Texas Civil Rights Project, a legal advocacy and litigation organization representing the family. In previous occasions, the parents showed letters from their doctors and lawyers to the officers at the checkpoint to get through, but in early February, the letters weren't enough. They were stopped at the checkpoint. They were arrested after the parents were unable to show legal immigration documentation. The mother, who spoke exclusively to NBC News, said she tried to explain her daughter's circumstances to the officers, but they weren't interested in hearing that. Other than lacking valid immigration status in the U.S., the parents have no criminal history, Woodward said. Protection, which detained and deported the family, according to the lawyer, said in an email Wednesday, "For privacy reasons, we do not comment on individual cases." On Thursday, a CBP spokesperson said via email that the reports of the family's situation are inaccurate because when someone is given expelled removal orders and chooses to disregard them, they will face the consequences of the process. They reiterated that they couldn't speak about the specifics of the case for privacy reasons. The 10-year-old girl was diagnosed with brain cancer last year and underwent surgery to remove a tumor. The doctors practically gave me no hope for life for her, but thank God she's a miracle, the mother said. An American citizen is a miracle. The swelling on the girl's brain is still not fully gone, the mother said, causing difficulties with speech and mobility of the right side of her body. Before the family was removed from the U.S., the girl was routinely checked in with doctors monitoring her recovery, attending rehabilitation therapies, and taking medication to prevent convulsions. It's a very difficult thing, the mother said. I don't wish anyone to go through this situation. What is happening to this family is an absolute tragedy and is something that is not isolated to just them, said Rochelle Garcia, president of the Texas Civil Rights Project. This is part of a pattern and practice that we've seen in the Trump administration, Garza said, adding that she has heard of multiple other cases concerning mixed status families. But for now, this is the only case of this nature the organization has taken on. The Trump administration's border czar, Tom Homan, has said families can be deported together regardless of status. Homan said it would be up to the parents to decide whether to depart the U.S. together or leave their children behind. But undocumented parents of U.S.-born children, if picked up by immigration authorities, face the risk of losing custody of their children without the power of attorney, document, or a guardianship outlining who will take care of their children left behind. The children go into the U.S. foster care system, making it harder for the parents to regain custody of their children in the future. According to the girl's mother, she recalled feeling like she could not do anything. She said in Spanish, "You're between a rock and a hard place." NBC News is withholding the name of the mother and the rest of the family members since they were deported to an area in Mexico that is known for kidnapping U.S. citizens. In addition to the parents and their 10-year-old sick American daughter, 4 of their other American children, ages 15, 13, 8, and 6, were also in the car when they were detained. 4 of the 5 children born in the U.S. According to the mother, the family was taken to a detention center following their arrest, where their mom and daughters were separated from her husband and sons, and she realized she wouldn't be taking her daughter to the doctors. The fear is horrible. I can't explain it, but it's something frustrating, very tough, something you wouldn't wish on anyone. She said, adding that her sick daughter was laying on a cold floor beneath incandescent lights. Hours later, the family was placed in a van and dropped on the Mexico side of the Texas bridge. From there, they sought refuge in a nearby shelter for a week. Mom said the safety concerns keep coming up at night, and the children haven't been able to go to school. The 10-year-old daughter and 15-year-old son, who lives with a heart disorder known as long QT syndrome, which causes irregular heartbeats and can be life-threatening if not treated well, have not received the health care they need in Mexico. The teen wears a monitor that tracks his heart rate. The authorities have my children's lives in the hands, she said in tears. The authorities have my children's lives in their hands. Both parents arrived to the U.S. from Mexico in 2013 and settled in Texas, hoping for a better life for their family, the mother said. She and her husband both worked for a string of different jobs to support their 6 children. The couple also has a 17-year-old son that they left behind in Texas following their deportation. Just 2 weeks ago, another undocumented mother in California, caring for her 20-year-old daughter, a U.S. citizen undergoing treatment for bone cancer, was detained by immigration authorities and later released under humanitarian parole. We are calling on the government, Garza said, to parole the family, to correct the harm, and to not do this to anyone else.
Gentleman yield.
I think I need to. I'll yield to a question. I'll yield to a question while retaining the floor, and I thank my brother, I thank my friend, who's now stood with me for almost 11 hours.
Those are hard stories to read, Senator Booker, but I appreciate you showing the coldness of this current administration's immigration policy. You know, the tragedy to me is that there's an opportunity to fix what is undoubtedly a broken immigration system. And yet we're into day 71 and Donald Trump has not proposed to us any proposals to fix the broken system. Instead, what he is doing is spending like a drunken sailor on an enforcement system that wastes tens of millions of taxpayer dollars. You described this harrowing experience that this Canadian woman had. And as I was listening to this 2-week ordeal that she went through, being transported from site to site, being processed and reprocessed, as the top Democrat on the Homeland Security Subcommittee of Appropriations, I'm just cataloging in my brain how much money that cost us. Ultimately, this was somebody working in the United States. This was somebody that posed no threat to United States citizens. But we probably spent several $1 million on that 2-week ordeal. Overall, the Trump administration is going to blow through all of the money allocated to Border Patrol. They are going to have to come back to Congress for a massive additional appropriation, all at the same time that they are shuttering medical research in this country. They are closing down Social Security offices. There are measles outbreaks all across the country. Planes seem to be falling out of the sky as the FAA is enduring layoffs. There are consequences to these spending decisions. The amount of money that's being spent at the border, much of it wasted in a showy, ineffective response. The consequence of that is that the services that average everyday Americans need, like help on their Social Security claims, are being impacted. But we need to fix the broken immigration system. And we had an opportunity to do that last year when Republicans and Democrats came together and wrote a bipartisan border security bill that frankly would have allocated tens of billions of additional dollars, that would have fixed our broken asylum system, would have given the president new authorities. And Donald Trump instructed all the Republicans in this chamber to oppose it. In the end, I think 4 senators, including the author, Senator Langford, supported it, but every other Republican here opposed it. And the reason Donald Trump told them to oppose it was that he would fix it when he became president. But we are now in day 72, and there has not been a single proposal from Donald Trump to fix the broken immigration system. Just a whole bunch of spending, essentially money down the drain, because the system itself needs to be reformed. And so it speaks to, my confident belief that Donald Trump does not want to fix our immigration system. He wants to keep this issue open as a sore in our politics. If I was wrong, he would have proposed legislation here to deal with the underlying inefficiency of the system instead of just throwing money at the problem. And so we will see what the result of this campaign is. We were told that immigrants to this country represented a very specific national security threat, that we needed to crack down on immigration, including expelling from this country legitimate asylum seekers, because that was what was necessary to protect the nation. Well, we'll see what the crime data tells us for the first few months of this administration. I have a feeling I already know what the story is. Crime is not going to have gone down. Why? Because, in fact, whether people want to acknowledge this or not, natural-born American citizens commit crimes at rates higher than first-generation immigrants or people born outside of the United States of America. But Senator Booker, I guess the question I want to ask you is this. I think you and I agree that Americans, right, left, and center, acknowledge that the immigration system is broken. I mean, they didn't love it when, they saw thousands of people crossing on an average day. And they know that when it takes 10 years to process an asylum claim, something's wrong, and that it then just provides an incentive for people to come here without documentation. But my impression is that that cross-section of Americans that believes that the existing immigration system is broken also believes three other things. One, that the way to fix it is to change the laws, and that they believe that we have not done our job until we have changed the laws. For instance, building a better asylum system. And once again, not a single proposal from the Trump administration on how to fix our broken immigration system. Not a single proposal. Second, I believe that they understand that immigration is a core strength of this nation, not a liability. And that if we want to thrive as an economy, we are going to have to bring people to this country legally. But to turn our backs on immigration as a mechanism to grow economically, that's not in line with what Americans believe, even those that think the existing system is broken. And then lastly, I just don't believe this country is as mean as Donald Trump thinks it is. Like, I get it that everybody wants this nation to be a nation of laws, but when an American citizen looks at a child with a medical condition, when an American citizen looks at an individual who will face certain death from a drug gang if they stay in their home country, when they look at individuals in war-torn nations overseas, they believe that America is strong enough, is big enough, is generous enough to be able to protect those people from harm. Why? Because that's what America always has been. And so this idea that President Trump has that Americans are mean and spiteful and don't want to help people just because they were born outside of the United States or their parents were born outside of the United States, I just don't think that's right. It obviously betrays the best traditions of this nation, but I think it also fundamentally misreads the American people. So I think people want our immigration to be fixed, system to be fixed, but I think they want us to do it. They understand the laws are broken. They do not want to abandon America's tradition of bringing people here from all around the world. They understand that our economy and our economic prosperity is linked to our ability to bring hardworking immigrants to this country, and they're just not as mean as Donald Trump thinks they are.
Senator, I appreciate your question, but I just have to say this to you. You worked so hard with Senator Lankford. And one of the things I have to say, and I hope I don't hurt his politics by telling people how much I love Senator Lankford, we disagree fundamentally on a lot of issues. Maybe that will help him. We both are people, though, of faith. We just recently were together at a massive, I think there must have been like 1,000 people there, maybe 500 at least, at a national prayer breakfast event. He's such a man of character. And what I like about him is I know his values, because he every day tries to be a good Christian. And this idea of love thy neighbor, or you were a stranger in a strange land, I just kind of took a lot of pleasure watching you, my friend, who I know for the last 12 years, and him sit down in this honest, sincere negotiation. And let's be real, everybody on your side of the aisle didn't agree with you. And everybody before Trump's involvement on his side of the aisle didn't agree, but you guys had the makings of a comprehensive bill that would have passed. Now, I'll tell you also that I came here in 2013, right after a Gang of 8 had done the same thing. They actually got the bill out and it died in the House. There are people in America, despite Lankford and you, who many people would put on opposite sides of a political spectrum, that on these issues they agree. And why do they agree, Senator Murphy? Why? Because our economy is dependent upon immigration. You want to talk about a conservative-leaning group, center moderate Republicans, the Chamber of Commerce will tell you, the National Chamber of Commerce will tell you, our economy will be crippled if we don't find a way to bring more people in legally to work on work visas. When I go to the tech community or the biotech community or the AI community or the community is trying to go forward in quantum computing, all of them are saying this is crazy that we are not allowing the brightest minds on the planet, when they get here and get PhDs in half of Congress can't spell, that we kick them out of the country. There are so many points of agreement, like take Dreamers, who people on both sides of the aisle have held up as a group of people that are Americans in every way except for the piece of paper. They have no memory of another country. I could keep going through all the things in the immigration world we agree on, including the need to secure our southern border. And so I listen to you on this section, and I look at you, and I remember your frustrations. You're standing up in front of our caucus saying we're so close.
Senator yield.
I will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
I just want to drill down on this for a moment, because it gets back to a theme that you have been hitting on throughout the evening and early morning. And that is, not everything has to be zero-sum politics, right? I mean, this is part of what is so exhausting about the last 71 days for many, many Americans. I think it's part of why Donald Trump's approval ratings are sinking by the day, because, listen, you and I are pugilists when we need to be, right? I mean, we fight when we think that there's a worthy fight. What this is today, it's a fight. We understand it's a fight for our values. But we don't think everything has to be a fight. We see our jobs as standing up for our convictions, but then finding that common ground. I did not expect to be in that room with Senator Lankford. I was surprised pleasantly when we came to an agreement. You spent months and months hammering out really difficult criminal justice reform with a colleague of yours that you have equal numbers of disagreements with, because we feel like we have a call from our constituents to fight, but then find the common ground. But this administration has zero interest in common ground. Every single day, they wake up thinking only about conflict, thinking only about defeat of their opposition. And they have been frustrated because they've been trying to do a lot of illegal things, and the courts have been telling them no. They're now talking about extraordinary measures like impeaching judges or defunding the courts. Instead, they could reach out to Democrats. They could decide to do what every previous president has tried to do, which is, instead of ramming through a one-side-only policy on immigration, for instance, come to people of goodwill on the opposing party and try to work out a compromise. This is what exhausts the American people, is this administration's complete, total unwillingness to find common ground on anything. That is not where the center of this country is. And on the issue of immigration, we found common ground last year. It was hard. It did not satisfy everyone. But we have proven that on this issue, that is hot, that is difficult for even family members to talk about sometimes, that even on this issue of immigration, we can find that common ground. And so we are here, you are here, because there's a fight to be waged. But I think we both wish, on a litany of these topics, we were instead sitting down with our colleagues. But that is just not in the DNA of this administration. And that is part of why this president is becoming more and more unpopular by the day, is because they expect any president, to make at least a minimalist effort to try to reach out and find compromise. And that never happens from the Trump administration.
For the question I see in there, and I again, great presidents have great ideas they bring to Congress, and they fight to pull together and cobble together legislation that will last. The problem we have right now is this whiplash between Trump's executive orders and Biden's executive orders and Trump's executive orders, and it's not solving the problems. And you've shown that there's enough common ground to do something on them. But I don't want to stick with common ground now, actually, because there's some things in here that are not common ground, like private prisons. You know, I'm one of these folks that doesn't want to criticize. I've flown out to a private prison down south to get a tour, met really kind and nice people, but there is something problematic to me about a profit motive for imprisoning, shackling, detaining, and holding people. And this combination of that and a corporate reality where you are giving campaign contributions to people that will then turn around and give you government contracts to restrict the liberties of human beings. And the story that I read about this woman feeling like they lied to her lawyer and said if she had only said she could pay for her own flight home, but they were keeping her, and every day they were keeping her, they were getting more money from American taxpayers. This wasn't a system designed for justice. This isn't a system that's designed for the rights of human beings in our country. This is a system that has every day an incentive to deny the liberty, to hold people It's wrong. It's wrong. It's broken. And with a president that doesn't care about these things, that is giving greater latitude so that more stories like the Canadian woman's story, it's stunning. I want to keep moving, though, and I just want to talk about children and the way this system is extended to children. Last week, the government canceled a contract to provide legal services to 26,000 unaccompanied immigrant children. Remember what Anton Scalia said about due process in his strict interpretations of the literal writings of our founders. But 26,000 unaccompanied migrant children no longer have legal representation. We started on that idea. We started on the idea. The 5th and the 14th Amendment. No one shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process. And our country has now rolled back. Trump got rid of a policy that prevented ICE from arresting kids at schools and people from their places of worship. Now every day, families face the impossible choice of whether to send a kid to school and risk permanent separation from their families. There's a story from New Jersey, and I quote, "Recently when I was home in Newark, New Jersey, a woman in my neighborhood came up to me to tell me a heartbreaking story. One morning, she was on her way to walk to school, the mom of another child's children. I won't make this anonymous. One of my closest friends, she's like a sister to me. She lives in the Ironbound in Newark. And was very emotional because her neighbors were so terrified that they came to her and asked her to walk their children to school. They're American children. There's so many teachers and school administrators who are speaking out now that they've been ordered that they must allow ICE to enter their schools. Trump has plans to revoke temporary protected status protection for hundreds of thousands of people from various countries, from Venezuela to Haiti, paving the way for those deportations. We know who they are. He's done this despite the State Department maintaining a level 4 do not travel warning to Haiti and Venezuela due to widespread violence, danger sexual assaults, kidnappings, and more. He claims that he's tough on crime because he wants to go after child sexual abusers, but when you're sending children running into schools and churches and sending them back to environments that are known for sexual assaults on young girls. The Department of Justice Office of Civil Rights recently dropped its case it had filed against Southwest Key, the nation's largest provider of housing for migrant children, in which the DOJ alleged sexual abuse and neglect perpetrated against undocumented children in federal custody. It was a case that the DOJ brought against this company who houses migrant children because of alleged sexual abuse. And what did our government do under Trump? They dropped charges. They dropped charges. Why? Why? Children being sexually assaulted? It's not worth an investigation? Is it because the administration thinks that pursuing the lawsuit and holding perpetrators accountable will somehow interfere with their immigration agenda? They literally let alleged sex abusers go free with no explanation. The hypocrisy. The family detentions are restarted. They failed in the past to meet basic child welfare standards and exposed children to trauma. The President's own Department of Homeland Security concluded in 2018 that family detention centers posed a high risk of harm to children and families, and despite his own Department of Homeland Security back in 2018 saying that, they've restarted it. One of the points I want to make is crime. I was a mayor. The number one issue my residents were concerned about was fighting crime, fighting crime, fighting crime. I went back to New York recently for a horrible, tragic death of a police officer by a 14-year-old with a ghost gun. It was horrible. The send-off, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of police officers from all over our state, from New York. This police officer was murdered by a 14-year-old. I still pray for their family, his mom. And as I was standing there looking at this parade of police officers who were waiting for the casket, I had police officers come to me and complain that they're having harder and harder time in New Jersey solving crimes because now victims of crime, victims of sexual assault, victims of robbery who happen to be undocumented are afraid to go and talk to local police because of all this rhetoric that's creating the fear that they'll be turned over to ICE. Imagine in our country there are people out there that are sexually assaulting people but are getting away with it because they're targeting immigrants. And if you don't think that hurts American safety, you're wrong. Afraid to go and talk to police officers to report crimes. They're subverting people's constitutional rights. They're incarcerating people in foreign prisons who have no criminal records. The harms to children. We've talked about all of this, but diverting law enforcement resources away from investigating national security threats, terrorism, drug smuggling, human trafficking, illegal arms exports, financial crimes, and sex crimes, taking law enforcement away from investigating those crimes and forcing all federal law enforcement agencies to enforce low-level immigration crimes, or I should say undocumented people with no criminal activity beyond their being in our country. Reuters wrote about this misguided redirection of federal resources. I read their article. Federal agents who usually hunt down child abusers are now cracking down on immigrants who live in the U.S. illegally. Homeland Security investigators who specialize in money laundering are raiding restaurants and other small businesses looking for immigrants who aren't authorized to work. agents who pursue drug traffickers and tax fraud are being reassigned to enforce immigration law. As U.S. President Donald Trump pledges to deport millions and millions of quote-unquote criminal aliens, thousands of federal law enforcement officers from multiple federal agencies are being enlisted to take on new work as immigration enforcers, pulling crime-fighting resources away from other areas, from drug trafficking and terrorism and sexual abuse and fraud. The account of Trump's push to reorganize federal law enforcement, the most significant since September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks, is based on interviews with more than 20 current and former federal agents, attorneys, and other federal officials. Most had firsthand knowledge of the changes. Nearly all spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to discuss. In quotes, I do not recall ever seeing this wide spectrum of a federal government resources all being turned towards immigration enforcement, said Teresa Cardinal Brown, a former Homeland Security officer who has been served in both Republican and Democratic administrations. When you're telling agencies to stop what you're doing and do this now, whatever else they were doing takes a back seat. In response to questions from Reuters, Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin said the U.S. government is mobilizing federal and state law enforcement to find, arrest, and deport illegal aliens. The FBI declined to respond to questions about its staffing. In a statement, the FBI said it is protecting the U.S. from many threats. The Trump administration has offered no comprehensive accounting of the revamp, but it echoes the aftermath of 2001 attacks when Congress created the Department of Homeland Security and pulled together 169,000 federal employees from other agencies and refocused the FBI on battling terrorism. Trump's hardline approach to deporting immigrants has intensified America's already stark partisan divide. The U.S. Senate's number 2 Democrat, Dick Durbin, describes the crackdown as wasteful, misguided diversion of resources. It's making Americans less safe by drawing agents and officials away from fighting corporate fraud, terrorism, child sexual exploitation, and other crimes. The focus of immigration is drawing significant resources from other crime-fighting departments, according to the more 20 sources who spoke. Until January, pursuing immigrants living in the country illegally was largely the part of 2 agencies: ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and Customs and Border Protection, with a combined staff of 80,000 other departments spent on crime. In Detroit, where immigration prosecutions have been rare, the number of people charged with immigration offenses rose from 2 in February to 19 last month. Case managements from the Justice Department show that fewer than 1% of the cases brought by prosecutors by the DEA and ATF over the past decade involved allegations that someone had violated immigration law. Since January, however, DEA agents have been ordered to reopen cases involving arrests up to 5 years old where prosecutors had declined to bring charges. As Trump and billionaire Elon Musk slash the size of the federal government bureaucracy, jobs that deal with immigration enforcement appear largely exempt. In January 31st email to ICE employees, a human resource official told them they wouldn't be eligible for retirement buyouts offered to some 2.3 million federal workers. All ICE positions are excluded, it said recently in a previously underreported email.
Madam President, will the senator yield for a question?
Yes, I will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Thank you. Senator, I have been listening to many of your hours of the speech, and you're talking about immigration now, and I have another question about the immigration policy. You know, I think all of us understand that it's absolutely essential that our country secure its borders. And from time to time, the country forgets that, but I think we've had this debate about immigration that's been going on for several years. And I don't know if the senator had an opportunity to address the opportunity we had in the Senate when last year there was a realization on the part of both the Republicans and Democrats that the only way we were going to get a secure border in a sensible, beneficial immigration policy was to work together. I know the senator was watching that very carefully. And we had the terrific work of Senator Langford from Oklahoma, Senator Murphy from Connecticut, and Senator Sinema, of course, from Arizona. And despite the enormous political tension that surrounds the immigration issue, and for understandable reasons, the three of them worked very hard and came together for a tripartisan proposal, in effect. Senator Sinema, of course, being the independent, who always played a constructive role in trying to bring the parties together. What was included in that legislation was a major commitment embraced by Senator Murphy on behalf of the Democrats for border security. There was an acknowledgement we can't just we have to control our borders. It's really that simple. But when you control your borders, you also have the opportunity to have an immigration policy that the Congress and the President think will benefit the American people. And it benefits us, of course, if there's security at the border, but it also benefits us if we have legal immigration that is controlled by the American people. And of course, you know, I've noticed that Elon Musk, who is against immigration, he's for everything that the President Trump is for, he likes having very highly educated computer people that can help him go from very rich to even richer. So he carves out an exception for people that will be beneficial and helpful to him in his various enterprises. But you know, we've got in Vermont a lot of dairy farms, and we have a tourist industry, and we have a real hard time filling those jobs. So legal immigration can really be helpful and constructive and beneficial to the people of the state of Vermont. And I know talking to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, many of us in our states have tourist industries and we have agricultural enterprises, just to mention two, where the reality is we don't have the number of people we need to fill those jobs. And you know, it's not just a matter of paying more, because I do think we have to be very mindful that we want to do every single thing we can to help elevate the wages of American workers, which, by the way, this is a little bit of an aside. Why in the world haven't we raised the minimum wage? I mean, I know, Senator, you're for that, and I certainly am. But it astonishes me that we still have, what, is it $7, $7.50? I mean, it's unbelievable what the minimum wage is. A lot of the states have raised it. Vermont certainly has. But we, on immigration, had the opportunity and the bill and the will to make enormous progress so that we'd have an immigration policy that secured the border, had the validation of bipartisan majorities in the House and in the Senate, would have also addressed issues about legal immigration that would help us strengthen our economy, and also would have included a pathway to citizenship for dreamers, folks who were brought here by their parents when they were 4 or 5 or 6 years old, and whose the only country they know is the United States itself. And, you know, my understanding from talking to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle is that there's an enormous amount of respect for many of these dreamers, many of whom have been heroes for us in the military. So this is not in my view, it's not a Republican-Democratic situation. It is a desire on the part of almost everyone in this body to accommodate a reality of a child being brought here by his parents, going to school, getting an education, serving their country, firefighters, Marines, teachers, doing all these things that are really helpful to our country and where they're here through absolutely no fault of their own. And if we were to require them to be deported, and that's an effort that the current administration is making, you'd literally be taking people who might be 30 or 40 years old now, have families, and send them back to the country from which their parents brought them, and they don't even speak the language. And you know, that obviously makes no sense. And when I talk to Vermonters who have very, very strong views about of having a strong border, and I ask them, what about this situation? They think, wait a minute, well, that's different. You know, that's a person who lives here. That's like my neighbor. So I was so disappointed when we were on the cusp of being able to get this legislation passed, when then candidate Trump, in his candid way, said, kill it. And he was candid about why. It would, quote, give, quote, the Democrats a win. I never saw this as a win for Democrats. You know, I saw this as a win for America. And, you know, the reality is that when we have to do really hard things here, and we're not doing hard things these days, but when we're trying to do hard things that are really important for the American people, my experience is you really do have to get to a bipartisan place. Because, you know, we've lost elections, and we lost the last one. And that is on us. It's not on the voters. They made a decision. That's their right to do. And we have to learn, and we have to listen. But when we were listening and hearing loud and clear from the American people that we want a secure border, and then we worked with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to get a secure border, why in the world would the leader of the party kill it? Why? I mean, we know the reason. He thought it was good politics. But this is not about what's good partisan politics. It's about what's good policy that's going to help the American people. So I'm really, among the many things you're focusing on, of course, is this question of immigration. And this is incredibly important, but I want it to be clear that I, as one member of the United States Senate, am absolutely all in for the immigration reform that we need, and that is a secure border. That is legal immigration as we determine the type of immigration that will be beneficial to the American people and sustainable. And it also includes a pathway to citizenship for these children, in many cases, who were brought here by their parents, who had no agency, no involvement whatsoever in the decision to come here, how they got here. Pardon me. For those of us who don't stay up all night, some of us use alarms to wake up. So pardon me for being here earlier than I thought I'd be here, and you're here later than maybe than you thought. But you know, it's such a privilege for you, and it's such a privilege for me. It's such a privilege for the other 98 citizens of this country who serve with us in the United States Senate, that any chance we get to do something that's helpful to the people we represent, don't we want to grab it? Don't we want to do it? And does it matter if our name lives in memory that we were here? It doesn't. What matters is what we do here. and whether when we leave we can look back and have the satisfaction of knowing we gave it our best. And I hope, you know, there's enormous pressure on folks in this job from the cross currents of the political world that we live in. And all of us are fallible, and all of us have plenty of opportunity to get it wrong, and we do. But what I've seen in the people I've admired on both sides of the aisle, I think of Senator McCain, who Senator Murphy worked with so much, there was a heart and soul to that man. And it was the heart and soul in his spirit that guided him. And when I think about immigration and we're talking about how tough it is, he worked together with the so-called Gang of Eight to come up with a reform that this Senate passed years ago. I was in the House then, and I remember being so excited when I heard that the Senate had actually come up with a proposal that just made sense. It wasn't perfect. What is? You know, Senate to earth. What's perfect? We do the best we can. That's about it. But you know what? When I say that's about it, that's what life is. Do your best. And then move on. And by the way, that's one of the reasons why I think, Senator, the bipartisanship, which we don't have now at all, but why it has to ultimately, we have to have enough humility to understand that neither side has the answers. And where we try in earnest to come up with the best solution we can at the moment, where we listen to each other, what happens is that if we didn't get it fully right, and we never will, we understand that we have an opportunity to fix it and make it better based on that experience. And when there's just our way or the highway, there's no resolution and no progress. Number one, you don't get the bill passed, as we saw with the immigration bill. And then number two, if you get it passed, the other side just tries to tear it apart and repeal it, as opposed to improve it. Now, every single one of us knows that the American people want progress. But when what we're talking about was something as hard, it truly is hard, the issue of immigration, when we're talking something that's hard politically, that spirit of wanting to get to a solution that was what animated the work of Senator Langford, Senator Murphy, and Senator Sinema. They wanted to get to a solution, even though they had significantly different points of view going in on what was the right outcome. But they wanted to get to a solution, and where they represented the points of view of the disparate views of our caucus. And they came up with a compromise that by all accounts would be such a better place for us to be now than what we're in. No progress. We haven't been able to act on that immigration bill since the Senate acted with the leadership of Senator McCain and others. And I was mentioning how excited I was. I was in the House at the time, and I was so excited that this bill came over. And, you know, Vermonters were asking me all the time, Peter, we've got to do something about our borders. We've got to do something to make sure our farmers don't fear having their farms raided and them not being able to milk their cows. It's that essential, right? And I'm talking a lot of pretty conservative people, right, who politically sometimes agree with me, sometimes don't. But what was so exciting to me was that on the cusp of this coming to the House, I was thinking, I'm going to have a chance to vote for secure immigration, for securing our borders, a rational immigration plan, and I'm going to be able to give a fairness to the dreamers. I was so excited about that. And then what happened is it was announced that the House would not even take up the bill. And why? It was the same reason the then candidate Trump proposed to his colleagues, or to his party members in the House, or pardon me, in the Senate, kill it. And why was that? Really, in all candor, it's the most cynical of all reasons. Sometimes people in politics prefer to have the issue that they can fight about rather than use the responsibility and opportunity they have to solve the problem. And that's pretty much what happened with that. And here we are, and we're seeing it again. You know, there's another thing that's happening with the immigration policies of the current administration. There's a lot of cruelty that's part of it. You know, yes, we have to have a secure border. Yes, criminals who came here illegally should be deported. But should the consensus that we have about a secure border, about the legitimacy of deporting criminals who are here illegally, be used to justify a wholesale roundup where the people who are rounded up are almost randomly picked up? You know, some may be on the basis of good information, but it's clear in this roundup where so many people were flown to the jails in El Salvador that the minimal amount of due process, which is inquiry into who is this person, where are they from, does that tattoo mean they're in a gang, or is that a tattoo of mob? Are we a society where we don't provide that minimal inquiry? It's called due process. The country was founded on it. And it appears in many cases we haven't done that. You know, and then what we're seeing also is that a number of people are being rounded up who are here legally. They're here on a student visa. And they published an opinion in a school newspaper expressing their point of view about the suffering in the Middle East. And this country, of course, is founded, among other things, on the First Amendment right to free speech. And it's a pretty astonishing thing that people who express that, who are here legally, by the way, legally, I want to emphasize that, are suddenly confronted by people who are essentially wearing masks, put in handcuffs, taken away, and then put in a jail at some unknown place until maybe days later you find out where they are. How does that solve the border crisis? How does that protect the liberties that have been the hallmark of the United States of America since the Constitution? It is cruel. You have a person who essentially disappears, and that's a term I know Senator Murphy used once, and I think unfortunately accurately. So, you know, we have a challenge, you know, and it's really not who wins this vote and who wins that vote. And it's not even who's in the majority and who's in the minority. Because this country only works, and this Senate only works, when whatever your political views are, you approach the problems that America has from the perspective of your obligation as a United States Senator to make progress, to make it better. And, you know, I was in the state Senate for 13 years. I'm not going to say my life's been downhill since then. but what I so appreciated about the Vermont Senate, and I learned working with other people there. Bipartisan doesn't have a meaning almost now, because it's like you've got to be on one side or the other. But I remember when I first went to the state Senate, Senator Booker, I won an election that was an upset. So I was feeling pretty good about myself. And when I got there, it was a majority in the Republican Party. And I was ready to cause trouble. And not necessarily in the John Lewis good way, all right? It might have been more of a Peter Welch ego way. So I had a lot to learn. And what I remember was showing up in these two Republican senators who were just really icons for me in my life, as it turns out. They, in the lieutenant governor, made decisions about who would be on what committees. And I really wanted to be on the finance committee. But that's not a committee you get on when you just show up. And you've won an election, and you're acting like you're more important than you are. And they put me on the finance committee. And I said, I'm doomed. And the reason is I knew I had to cooperate. They've been so good to me and so generous. They gave me a seat at the table. And it was such a thrill and for me to be able to actually sit at the table with these people that I held in such high regard and who knew so much more than me. But they invited me in. They didn't push me aside just because I had different points of view and was from a different party. You know, a few years later, I became Senate President, so I had a lot to do with who was on what committees. And I remember I started then the process that we still do in Vermont, and I appointed a number of Republicans to chair committees. And I was in the Senate a second time with the now governor of Vermont, Phil Scott, and he became the chair of the Institutions Committee, which was kind of that's a big deal in Vermont. And when I tell folks we did that in Vermont, where sometimes you'd appoint somebody who's on the other party, they want me to have a mental status exam around here. You know, you just don't do that kind of thing. But, you know, what I do know and what I do see is that there are a lot of people here who do have that, I'll call it the Murphy-Langford cinema attitude. Let's solve the problem. Let's make progress. Let's find a way where we can move ahead. And, you know, you're talking about immigration, which, because we've been going round and round on this for so long without making progress, it's almost creating this cul-de-sac or this sinkhole where people think it's pointless. Why even talk about it? Why try to solve it? Can't be done. Well, we know it can be done because we are the people here, 100 of us, that actually have the ability to do it. And I would say we have the responsibility to do it because it's a serious issue that faces the American people. And they're entitled to the safety of a secure border. The Dreamers are entitled to some justice and respect for the commitment they've made to being fully participating citizens here in the United States. So I just applaud the efforts of my colleagues who, despite all of the outside noise, do want to make some progress. When we don't make progress, we descend into a bad place. You know, yes, deport a criminal. Our people are entitled to safety. People are not entitled to come here illegally, and people who are illegally certainly are not entitled to commit any crimes. But when we go round and round and just use the challenge of immigration reform as a political cudgel, we end up going into some pretty dark places, and that's where we're heading now, where a person gets rounded up who's legally here because the administration doesn't like the opinion they expressed. It's not that their opinion was necessarily subversive, but it's not even wrong. It's debatable. You and I would have a free opportunity to debate, you know, what should be our policy in the Middle East? What should be our policy on immigration? But the administration decides, that speech I don't like. Arrest that person. Disappear that person. And then we get into debates that are really not about making progress, but mutual recrimination. So I'm, you know, just very delighted that you're focusing a good part of your effort here on the vital question of immigration. You know, I do hope, I haven't been watching everything, but if it's okay, I just want to direct your attention to these tariffs that are happening a little bit, and I know you're going to have an opportunity to talk about a fair number of things. You already have, but I've never seen anything so dumb and reckless as these tariffs on Canada. You know, we have a library in Newport, Vermont, Derby Line, actually, the Haskell Free Library. Half of it is in Vermont, half of it is in Canada. Is that cool or what? Canadians come in what I call the back door, but they call the front door, and we come in the front door, which they call the back door. And we read books together. We've had this library for decades. And I was with we had a round table up in the Canadian border, Canadian-Vermont border. And the member of parliament from Stansfield, which is the town next to Newport, Madame Bibeau was with us. And when we were with some folks who ran businesses on the Vermont side and on the Canadian side, and some of whom had operations on both sides, most of these were family businesses. Some were very large, some were small. And it ranged from like farmers, and they on the Vermont side who got their a lot of their fertilizer from Canada, and that's true, by the way, all across the northern border. You know, so it can be Minnesota, it can be Idaho. So many of our farmers all along the Canadian-American border have cross relationships with Canada. They get their fertilizer. It's going to cost 25% more. And we all know how hard our farmers work. Nobody works harder. The margins of what they make is tiny, and you add a 25% tariff. I mean, these people are just, they don't know what's going to happen. And our maple syrup makers, back and forth, we get a lot of syrup from Canada and blend it and make it into products with Vermont syrup. Canada's the biggest producer of maples, the second best maple syrup in the world. Vermont is the biggest producer of the best maple syrup in the world in the United States. But the equipment is largely made in, that our sugar makers use is largely manufactured in Canada. 25% tariff on that. That's going to hammer the Vermont maple producers. Again, they operate on a small margin. And, you know, a lot of these farms, as you know, and the sugar producers, or we've got a family company up there, second generation, that makes high quality furniture. These are family businesses, and they have tight margins. They're competing. They're really working hard. The Northeast Kingdom is really a pretty low income part of Vermont. with wonderful, incredibly hardworking people who are very proud of where they live and who they are and who their neighbors are. They're asking really tough questions about how they can make it and whether they can stay in business. And this is not the same as immigration, but there's an element here that is the same as immigration. Shouldn't any policy that we pursue start with the premise that will do no harm? So, Madam President, it might be a policy you're advocating, and I know when you served in your previous job, you'd be wanting to make certain that what you did no harm. In fact, you'd be insisting that it did some good. And my question with the tariffs is whether the administration is starting out from the premise that I think all of us should start with. Yeah, we may have an idea. We hope it might work. But we got to make sure it does no harm.
So
I'm
sorry, I was going to answer the question, but
yeah, go ahead.
Did the senator finish his question?
Yeah, well, that's a long question, and I'm waiting for a long answer.
Okay. I want to first start by saying that the senator has a reputation around this place, that there's a deep, penetrating goodness that's in you. I love to watch my Senate colleagues when the other people are not. It's a habit of mine because I think what you do when no one is watching is really telling. There's a belief I have that someone who is nice to you but not nice to the waiter is not a nice person. And we have a body full of people that show some deep, decent goodness. You are one of those people, and what I love watching you is that it could be the farthest ideological person away from you, and you just have this, like you look at people like you see their divinity. Whether it's the person at the highest position, a leader of the Senate on either side, or someone who holds the door. What I love about you is when I watch you, you're one of the senators. Some people just keep to their side of the aisle. I always look up and I find you over there talking to somebody. And I just rely on that decency in you as a friend. And I've come to love you like a brother. And I want to thank you for being here before your alarm in the morning goes off. It really touches me. And I don't know if you remember this, but about 12 hours ago, you sat right here and you embraced me in a hug, and I leaned on that hug because I wasn't sure that I would even make it 12 hours. I take strength from you, my friend, and I take strength from you to hold to my kindness, to look for it everywhere. This is a story I don't think I've ever shared with you, but it speaks to how we get things done and how we should get things done. But when I first got to the United States Senate, my mentor, Bill Bradley, gave me 3 real lessons for me to learn. I think I've obeyed 2 out of the 3. One was to know the rules of procedure really well. That's the one I probably failed. I'm still learning things 13 years into this about the rules of procedure. The second one was become a specialist in some areas. Don't be a mile wide and an inch deep, and I feel like I've done a pretty good job on that. But the one that he called me that was most fruitful, I've already mentioned one of the benefits I had in doing this with John McCain earlier in this 12 hours. But he commanded me to go and meet with all your Republican colleagues, take them out to dinner, sit with them for lunch, whoever they are. I went out to dinner with Ted Cruz. It was hard to find a restaurant because I'm a vegan and Ted Cruz is from Texas. But I still remember that we went out and how people were sort of shocked just to see 2 human beings breaking bread. But the story I want to tell my friend about is when I went to see Jim Inhofe, Republican from the same state as Lankford. And I couldn't get him to meet with me. Couldn't get on his schedule. And I found out that he had Bible study in his hideaway. And so I go up to his hideaway for Bible study. Thune was there. And we all have implicit biases We all have implicit biases. My implicit bias was that I did not expect this older, conservative man that I would walk in and see on his mantle this beautiful picture centered of him hugging a little black girl. I'm embarrassed by that it so surprised me. And I, especially in those days, I didn't talk to the senior giants in the Senate. I didn't call them by their first names. I still have a problem calling Senator Durbin by his first name, for example. He is a lion of the Senate, in my opinion, and one of the kindest people to me since I've been here. But so I go to him, I go to Jim Inhofe, I go, "Mr. Chairman, sir?" And I look at the picture and I go, "Who dat?" And he smiles and chuckles. And then he tells me the most beautiful story of his family adopting this little black girl out of some of the most terrible circumstances. And I was so moved. And thinking about my friend Bill Bradley, I would have never known this incredibly beautiful thing about somebody who ideologically we disagreed on so many things, but knowing this personal moment, it created this thread between us. Not a rope, not a cord, but a thread that connected me to him and had created a deeper affection. So fast forward many months in this body, and there's a big education bill, which Chris Murphy referenced earlier. A big education bill was going through the Senate because No Child Left Behind, we were going back the other way. And Senator Durbin has told me about this. Pendulum sometimes swings and swings back in this place. And it was a deal. Lamar Alexander was in the well of the Senate. He was the manager of the bill, and there was no amendments allowed. No amendments allowed. And of course, I'm sitting back here. This is where I sat. And you talk about egos. My ego think I had this great amendment, and I was frustrated that they were having this rule, no amendments. But I got a great amendment to do something about homeless and foster children that have the worst educational outcomes. And I thought I had a modest amendment to try to make a difference for American children that are in foster care or that were homeless. And I'm frustrated. I'm sitting back here, something that I dream of doing again one day, sitting, and just kind of upset. And then I see walking through those doors Senator Jim Inhofe, and he walks to the well, kind of talking, and I remember the story he told me about this little black girl and his family, and something tells me to get up, and I walk into the well, down these steps, and I say to him, "Mr. Chairman, sir, I know how much you care for children in tough circumstances. I have an amendment," and I explained my amendment to him, and he looked at me and he gave me the Senate version of no, which is, "I'll think about it." And I got frustrated and I said, "Thank you, sir, for considering it." And I walked back and I sat down right here. And then when I picked my head up, he's marching into our side like you do on the other side, like his GPS coordinates were off, marches up to me and just sort of grunts at me, "I'm in." And then turns around, starts walking away from me, and I step up, I go, "Wait, excuse me, what do you mean?" He goes, "Corey, I'm gonna co-sponsor your amendment." And I was so happy. And now I go over to Senator Grassley. You say the same thing to him, a relationship that, thanks to Dick Durbin, I really bonded. I have this sweet relationship with him, even though, again, we disagree on so much. And he doesn't even make me wait. He looks at me and he goes, "You got Inhofe?" And he signs on my... By the time I go to Lamar Alexander, I look at him and I'm like, I got a full house. I'm sorry, I got no other Democrats, but I got all these Republicans. And he looks at me and he laughs and he goes, "Really?" And he puts the amendment on the bill. It's the law of the land now. And so what you said in the beginning of your long wind-up question, my dear friend, my dear brother, is how real change is made. That man, Dick Durbin, when I first got to the Senate, he knew how much I cared about criminal justice reform. He brought me to the table. I started working. As I presided, I started working in conversations with Mike Lee and conversations with Chuck Grassley. We cobbled together a bill. It wasn't done by executive fiat. It was done in the Senate. 87 votes. It's the law of the land. Thousands have been liberated from unjust incarceration. And so my point to the senator is his spirit is so right, is so true. about what it takes to make real change. But the president we have right now doesn't seem to be coming to this body with any kind of bold bipartisan legislation to solve the problems of our nation, to cobble together the common ground of this country on immigration. No, he is not acting like that. He is using language like presidential primacy. He's defending his corrupt practices in immigration by saying things like presidential primacy. He's invoking the Alien Enemies Act. He's evoking the Alien Enemies Act, an act from the 1700s to deny due process, which Anton Scalia, a textualist, says that whether you're born in this country or not, you have due process here. The Constitution states only one thing twice. Both the 5th and the 14th Amendments say that no one, not no citizen, no one shall be deprived of liberty or property without due process of law, and yet this president is disappearing people. And as we documented here, disappearing the wrong people. As we documented here, detaining unjustly Americans, separating families, all while pushing his agenda and doing things that the values of people on both sides of this aisle don't believe in, like stopping the investigation of children for alleged sexual molestation. This is wrong. And I sat down with some of the advocates who were telling me and who were trying to fight to stop the law from being broken, and they scared me, Dick Durbin. Because they said what I said on this floor: if someone is willing to violate the Constitution, for some, it endangers the constitutional rights for us all. Do not think this is, those people. If they are violating rights of some, it is a threat to the rights of all. I am standing here because of a national crisis that is growing. We talked about Social Security, we talked about health care, we talked about education. This is a crisis for us. And this is what the person said. They talked about the Insurrection Act. They're hearing people in the administration talk about the Insurrection Act. Every person in this Congress and across the country wants a safe and secure border, but scapegoating immigrants to erode basic constitutional freedoms does not make America safer, does not make our community safer, does not reform our immigration system like we should be doing in a bipartisan manner like Langford and Murphy. It does not stand our long-standing problems from our agricultural industry to our tech industry. History has shown that when due process and basic constitutional rights are eroded for some people, it does not stop. It continues to erode. The shoreline that kept you safe will shrink until it reaches you. I am reminded of German pastor Martin Niemöller's quote about fascism in Germany. They came for the socialists, and I did not speak up because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists. I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews. I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me. And no one was left to speak. Well, everything that has happened in the last few months contradicts American values, shared values. I am most concerned about what this signals for the future and the potential invocation of this president of the Insurrection Act. Some of our country's most prominent lawyers have warned that the invocation of these two antiquated laws, the Alien Enemies Act and the Insurrection Act, may result in the true erosion of our constitutional rights. Trump's recent invocation of the Alien Enemies Act is the first step. Disappearing people without due process, as Justice Scalia says is wrong. And then on the first day in office, Trump directed the Secretaries of Defense and Homeland Secretary, the Secretary of Defense and the Secretaries of Homeland Security, Trump directed them to initiate a 90-day review to to determine whether the president should invoke the Insurrection Act of 1807. That 90-day review, when do those 90 days come up, folks? This month, in 19 days, April 20th. The President of the United States, who's already invoked a 1780-something law, also asked his immigration folks, his Homeland Security folks, to do a 90-day review about the Insurrection Act of 1807. Now, there's people probably watching and say, what is the Insurrection Act? I bet a lot of folks, I had to look up what the Alien Enemies Act was. So let me tell folks what the Insurrection Act that our president, on his first day in office, of all the things a president has to do, he turned to the Secretaries of Defense and the Secretary of Homeland Security to initiate a 90-day review of the Insurrection Act. America, what is the Insurrection Act of 1807? It's among the president's most powerful authorities that he can deploy the U.S. armed forces and militia during a national emergency. He can declare a national emergency. This president has already wrongfully declared a national emergencies. Declared a national emergency on energy. Senator Kaine talked about the outrageousness of somebody declaring a national emergency on energy when we are at the highest level of petrochemical extraction in our country's history. And until he started rolling back what we were doing on wind and solar, we had an all-of-the-above strategy. Nobody drilled more than Joe Biden. The Insurrection Act gives the ability of the president to declare a national emergency to suppress insurrections, to quell civil unrest or domestic violence, and enforce the law when he believes it's being instructed. When can the president invoke the Insurrection Act? Well, nothing in the text of the law defines insurrection, rebellion, or domestic violence. Those are the prerequisites for deployment, but they don't define those things. One of Trump's first executive orders, signed the evening he took office on January 20th, was titled, Declaring a National Emergency at the Southern Border of the United States. In that order, he said American sovereignty is under attack. He has already declared a national emergency. Neither Congress nor the courts played a role in deciding what constitutes an obstruction or a rebellion. If Trump does unlawfully invoke the Insurrection Act, he can conceivably use our military to carry out his deportation agenda within our country's borders. All while any due process or opportunity to prove that their presence in the U.S. is lawful, or even that they are a citizen. Trump himself said he wants to deport American citizens to foreign countries. Trump himself has said, I want to deport American citizens to foreign countries. On February 4th, he said, and I quote, I'm just saying, if we had a legal right to do it, I would do it in a heartbeat. I don't know if we do or not. We're looking at it right now. This is what he has asked his Secretary of Defense and his Secretary of Homeland Security to say, can I invoke the Insurrection Act? So don't be mistaken. This is not just about immigrants. This is not just denying immigrants the due process that Anton Scalia said that immigrants have a right to, so you don't disappear the wrong people like the Trump administration has done. That you don't wildly disagree with what a citizen is saying and use that as a pretext to disappear them. He is creating the pretext to invoke that 1807 law, the Insurrection Act. And if he does that, when they came for the immigrants and denied them due process, he is trying to get us to surrender our commitment to the constitutional guarantees that Americans have. He has said he would deport Americans if he could. When the president denies due process to some in America, it threatens the due process of all. Let's see what happens on April 20th if this president, who's already invoked the Alien Enemies Act, follows through and invokes the Insurrection Act. But why wait till April 20th? Raise your voice now, stand up now, do something now, cause some good trouble now. Let this president know that if he does ever do that, there will be a rising up of people's voices, a rising up of good trouble, as John Lewis would say, to say, not in my country, this is unacceptable.
Will the senator yield for a question?
To Senator Dick Durbin, somebody who's been my mentor and friend, I will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Thank you. I first want to acknowledge this extraordinary moment in the history of the Senate. I believe you have been holding the floor now for more than 10 hours, and perhaps we'll go on it even longer. And you've been joined by your colleague and friend, Senator Murphy of Connecticut. And I'm sorry to take the early morning shift, but I didn't want to miss this moment in history, not just for the historic nature of it, but for the substance of it as well. I just remind my colleague and fellow member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, it was only 3, maybe 4 weeks ago that we had witnesses before the Judiciary Committee, and I asked a question, and one of them is pending on the calendar, the executive calendar on the floor. His name is Dean Sauer of Missouri, and he's seeking the position of Solicitor General of the United States. Along with him was the lady aspiring to be the Assistant Deputy Attorney General for Civil Rights, Harmeet Dillon, and Aaron Reitz, who has been approved by the Senate for a legal policy position. And the questioning went to the basics of our Constitution, which you have noted here today. And that is, what is the check and balance on a president? What is the accountability of a president under the Constitution? As I read it, and I don't profess to be expert, I'm still learning. As I read it, the accountability of the president is in Article 2, and Article 3, Article 3, the judiciary. Ultimately, the president can be held accountable by impeachment in Congress or by decision of court that some of the orders that he is promulgating are inconsistent with law and the Constitution. And the question that was asked of the witnesses who are seeking positions in the Department of Justice, can a public official defy a court order? It seems so fundamental and basic. The answer is no, of course, but these 3 witnesses all equivocated in their own ways, which raises a question: if this president is not held accountable by a court order, what then can control a president who misuses their office to the detriment of the nation or the people who live here? And that, I thought, was a fundamental question. It was interesting to note, you may remember, that one of our Republican colleagues on the Senate Judiciary Committee, Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana, after hearing these witnesses equivocate on whether a public official can defy a court order, came to the committee and basically said, "What are you saying?" The answer is obvious. You can criticize a decision of the court within the bounds of propriety as a member of the bar. You can appeal a decision of the court, but if that doesn't satisfy you, your recourse is to quit, resign, leave. The Constitution has the last word. The courts have the last word. And I think that's a question that you're raising today. Where is the accountability of the President of the United States when he misuses the power of office? In the cases that you've mentioned, the Alien Enemies Act, it's a law that's been around since, I think, 1807 or somewhere that time. I think it's clear, unless you have declared a war or unless you are invaded, you cannot invoke the Alien Enemies Act as this president has done. And he's being challenged in that regard. Yesterday, our friend, Senator Grassley, who chairs the Judiciary Committee, and I say friend, some people back home say, don't say that anymore. We don't talk to those people. They're wrong. This is a body where we do talk to one another, and we should, for good reason. Well, he raised a question yesterday, why is President Trump being challenged so often in court? Well, he has issued 102 executive orders. I don't know if that's a record, but I'll bet it is. 102 executive orders questioning something as basic as birthright sovereignty, birthright citizenship. And so the point that I'm getting to is, in obvious situations here where President Trump has gone too far, where is the accountability? It's not going to be an impeachment. We're realists. We know that the Republican House of Representatives is not likely to ever consider that. It could be in the courts. And if it goes to the courts, the question is, will this president follow a court order if it goes against his policy? And if he won't follow that court order, where is the accountability? Where is the check and balance? Where is the constitutional framework, which is supposed to be at the foundation of this democracy? I think you're raising important questions. In the Insurrection Act, the use of our military for political purposes is a frightening prospect. It's something we have avoided throughout our history and should continue to. And I just commend you for raising this point because I believe it's timely. It's as timely as the questions that we asked of these Department of Justice nominees about the enforceability of court orders. And the question is now, will the American people speak up? I'm counting on some of our Republican friends to speak up too. Throughout history, there have been moments when the party other than the president's party showed extreme courage, political courage, and spoke up. We need that kind of voice now. I thank you for raising that on the floor this morning. My question to you is, at this moment in time, as we ask these nominees whether they would follow a court order or defy a court order, doesn't that get to the basics of our constitutional democracy?
Yes, 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 it does. I mean, you put forth this litany that where we have to ask ourselves is, at what point do my colleagues in the House or the Senate and the Republican Party say, enough, enough? God bless John Kennedy for calling out the absolute absurd. I was in that hearing where you have nominees for some of the highest positions in the administration failing to say that they will abide by a court order. I mean, that is something we haven't heard people on either side of nominees just say so bluntly now, not yes, I will follow the orders of a court. They're equivocating. And God bless one of my colleagues, John Kennedy, who said that's absurd. You either obey the order or you resign, because we have a constitution. And so when is it enough? When is it enough? This is the month of Passover, and there's a wonderful song I love singing when I'm at a Pesach, the Dayenu. It would have been enough, is the song, if God just delivered us from Egypt. It would have been enough if he parted the seas. It would have been enough. Dayenu, Dayenu, Dayenu. This is a kind of a twisted version of that. When is it enough? When the President of the United States starts a meme coin on his first day, violating the emoluments clause immediately and enriching himself. When is it enough? When he takes an agency that is on the front lines of stopping infectious diseases like Ebola or tuberculosis-resistant, drug-resistant tuberculosis from coming here. Is that enough? When we created that in Congress and he has no right to stop that agency, would that have been enough? When is it enough for him to issue executive orders that trample on the highest ideals of this land? When he mocks members of the court so badly that even the current Chief Justice admonishes him? When is it enough? When Elon Musk is indiscriminately firing people and then realizing, oops, we need the FAA safety folks. Oops, we need the nuclear folks who are helping us keep our regulation. When is it enough that you will say, okay, I'll call them in and have a hearing to create some transparency in what he's doing. When is it enough? When he activates the Alien Enemies Acts and starts disappearing human beings without due process. When is it enough? Well, it's enough for me. It's enough for me. 12 hours now I'm standing and I'm still going strong because this president is wrong. And he's violating principles that we hold dear and principles in this document that are so clear and plain. The powers of the Article 1 branch are spelled out and he is violating them. Don't take my word for it. Republican appointed judges, Democrat appointed judges are saying it and stopping him, and then he maligns the judge that did that. When is it enough for people to speak out and not just fall in line, to put patriotism over a person that's in the White House? So to your question, sir, to my friend, and I'm sorry to get a little animated at this early morning hour, but I am so frustrated. And not just because of that, but I'm reading the stories. We're going into the next section, which is national security, and I'm reading the stories of our citizens of this country. Not just New Jerseyans. Yeah, there's a lot we've read in these 12 hours, but there are people from all over the country are reaching out to my office, and I know they are yours. You're the second highest ranking Democrat in here. I know they're reaching out to you because you're a man that stands for justice. I know they reach out to your office too because you're one of these outposts for sanity in a Congress that is being too complicit to an executive that is overstepping his authority and violating the Constitution and hurting people who rely on health care and Social Security. I'm reading these stories, sir, because the voices of the Americans that don't have the privilege that the 100 of us don't get to stand here, but I believe the power of the people is greater than the people in power. That's the ideals of our democracy and our Constitution. So I'm rip-roaring and ready. I'm wide awake. I'm going to stand here for as many hours as I can, 12 hours, and I recognize that my other friend, another person I consider more than a friend, like a sister to me, from the state of New York, my neighbor.
Senator Booker, would you yield for a question?
My sister, for you, I will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Senator Booker, I've been listening to this debate all night, and I gotta say, you're on fire. And you're on fire because the American people are very, very angry about what is happening. They are not happy with what this administration has done. It's contrary to what was promised. It's contrary to what was expected. And I know we're going to talk about national security in a few minutes, but can I ask a question about one of the topics you talked about last night? Because it was exactly what my constituents were talking to me about yesterday. So I was in New York yesterday, and we talked about these cuts to Social Security. I have to say, I was stopped by the gentleman who worked at Amtrak and said, Madam Senator, I just want to thank you for protecting my Social Security. That has never happened to me before. Never happened at Amtrak to be stopped by someone who worked there to thank me for one thing I had done that day. But I'm telling you, Senator Booker, when Elon Musk starts firing people at Social Security and tells the Social Security Administration, you cannot answer the phone, what are our mothers and fathers and grandmothers and grandfathers supposed to do? Many of them are not readily available to be on a computer. Many of them can't ask their question online. And worse, Elon Musk is expecting them to show up in person at a Social Security office. How many of our older Americans are not able to drive anymore or are uncomfortable driving? How many of our older Americans feel uncomfortable getting in the subway to get to a Social Security Administration because there's stairs or because the lighting's not good enough? These are the challenges that our older Americans have. And so I just want to talk about the things you told us last night about the risk to Social Security. Social Security is our seniors' money. It's not the government's money. It's their money. So what happens when you make it hard for a senior to call and make sure their check's on the way, or their check never showed up and they can't find it? For a lot of older Americans, that Social Security check is the only money they have for that month. It pays for food, right? It pays for heating bills. It pays for their medicine. It pays for their rent. It pays for everything they need to survive. And Elon Musk's office doesn't believe anybody should be answering the phones. Who is he to tell America how to run its Social Security Administration when our seniors need those checks? They've crippled the phone service. Even though, get this one, can't answer the phone, crippled the phone service, you can only make an appointment on the phone. So how are you supposed to make an appointment if you are going to go in? I mean, that's absurd. They plan to cut 7,000 staff. That's a lot of staff. 7,000 staff, even though the Social Security Administration staffing is already at a 50-year low. So they are lying when they are saying this is about efficiency. They just want the money. And what do they want the money for? Tax cuts for billionaire buddies of Elon Musk. It is an obscenity. It is an absurdity. It is an outrage. And everyone in America should be concerned. Hands off our Social Security, Elon Musk and President Trump. Hands off. They are rallying all across the country to say, hands off my Social Security, hands off my Medicare, hands off my Medicaid. It's an outrage, and I don't think people should stand for it, because your Social Security check is your hard-earned money. It is not for Elon Musk to play with, to shift around, or send it to tax breaks for his billionaire friends. Now, I have to say, my office has been working closely with one senior. Now, she's a New Yorker with a disability, and she was told that she had to call a specific representative's extension by the end of March. Well, that was yesterday. And if she didn't get this person, her application could be denied. She's called every day, sometimes more than once a day. She has been on hold for 4 to 5 hours just to reach this representative. As of yesterday, when we reached out to her, she had still not reached the representative. So Americans across the country are panicked. They are stressed. They are worried that they won't get their hard-earned money back, their retirement, to pay for the things that they need. Now, this is the money they've spent their entire careers paying into. You know, every time you get a paycheck, Senator Booker, there's a line that says Social Security, because that money's been taken out of your paycheck and put into Social Security, so it's there for you when you retire. It's your retirement. The page is sitting here right here. You are paying into your Social Security. Now imagine this is your first paycheck, isn't it? I bet it is your first paycheck. Your first paycheck, you're putting in dollars that, you know, are you want saved, so that when you can't even imagine what it's going to be like to be 65. But the day you're working here, the fact that you spent all night here supporting Senator Booker, that's your retirement. Wouldn't you be pissed off if Elon Musk took your retirement money? You should be. He doesn't have any right to it. And what he's doing is he's doing it by cutting staff. So if you need help because your Social Security didn't arrive, then how are you supposed to get that check? They can't issue you a new one unless they know that it didn't show up in the mail like it's supposed to. Ultimately, cutting individuals from Social Security doesn't just affect them, it affects the entire economy. So you can imagine if all our seniors are getting this Social Security benefit, you can't go then buy your groceries. You're not going to be able to then go buy whatever you need for your home. Those stores will get less money, and that means there'll be less resources in the economy. Social Security, if you didn't know it, it's our country's largest anti-poverty program. It keeps people out of poverty. That's what it does. When we designed Social Security, however many decades ago, it was so that our seniors don't die in poverty, because they were dying. about half of seniors at that time were dying in poverty. They didn't have enough food to live. And so we created Social Security. It's one of the most popular programs. It's one of the most effective programs. So reducing access to this key program, Senator Booker, is an outrage. It's harmful, it's cruel, it's hurtful. So I know that this is something that you've really spent a lot of time on last night, but don't you think it's cruel to not allow phone service? Don't you think it's wrong to make it harder for people to get access to their hard-earned money? Don't you think this is something that America did not sign up for in this election?
I read last night, thank you for the question, my friend. I read last night some of the most painful letters of people over and over again from throughout my state and through other states who are living in fear, who used words like terrified and told stories that they couldn't sleep because of the rhetoric of this president, the rhetoric of Elon Musk calling it a Ponzi scheme, telling lies during a joint address. And then I read stories from people that work in Social Security. They're telling about not having desks and the waiting lines and the inefficiencies that this has created and the horrible, deteriorating customer service. Yeah. And I've been trying as much as I can during this last 12 hours to read the stories of Republicans.
Yeah, this affects everyone.
Yes. To read editorials from the Wall Street Journal to just show that this isn't a partisan thing. This isn't about left or right. It's about right or wrong. It's about, will we as a country honor our commitments that we made? And then I read independent folks that are saying this is crazy, that this program is even in jeopardy.
I have another question for you, because I know you want to move on to some national security issues this morning.
I will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Thank you, Senator Booker. So the other thing that stressed out my constituents that I talked to about this weekend is air safety. They're very, very stressed out about these cuts to the FAA. You know, there was a plane crash not too far from here, helicopter crash. Everyone on that helicopter perished. We've been reading about stories across the country about flight safety and the fact that there are near collisions all the time. We had a horrible crash in New York, in Buffalo, the Colgan Air crash. I've gotten to know the families over the last several years because they've worked together for legislation to make sure we have pilot safety. But what I've been watching in terms of this administration is they don't seem to care. They just have made up this idea that cuts across the board are necessary to get rid of fraud and waste in the budget. And I agree, we can make government more efficient, but the way you do that is at least learn what each of these agencies do, study what's happening in them and how to make them more efficient. Make sure the right number of personnel are hired. Make sure the right training is offered. Make sure there's no wasteful programs. That's good government. That is not what Elon Musk and his Doge boys are doing. That is nothing like what they are doing. They're just cutting everything because they want to make space for these tax cuts for their billionaire buddies. It's really disgraceful. It's something that I don't quite understand. So over the past 2 months, just the past two months, we've seen horrifying accidents and near misses at airports all across the country. And there was another close call just this past Friday, again at DCA. Many of these accidents have been a result of chronic understaffing and antiquated technologies at the FAA. But instead of fixing those problems, the first thing the Trump administration did when it came to power was fire people. I think he's kind of stuck in the loop of The Apprentice. You're fired, you're fired, you're fired. I don't get it. Like, good government is important, and I support efficiency. That's not what they're doing. It's like they're on a power trip, and they just want to fire everybody across the board. Just fire them all. So while a court forced the FAA to rehire workers Thank God for the courts. Thank God for the judges that are doing their jobs and looking at these lawsuits appropriately. Many federal workers have simply moved on and found new jobs because these are highly skilled, highly sought after employees, people that we really want working in the federal government to keep our country safe. Now, just weeks after the horrific plane crash here with 67 people getting killed in Washington, the administration fired hundreds of Federal Aviation Administration employees, jeopardizing the public safety and threatening our national security. So that made no sense. Like, it was right on the heels of some horrific accident that we all witnessed. Now, over 90% of U.S. airport terminal towers don't have enough air traffic controllers. Critical shortages remain for other aviation safety personnel as well, such as safety inspectors and mechanics, because to make sure when we get on that plane, the plane's ready to go. In New York, nearly 40% of positions are unfilled at 2 facilities on Long Island that direct air traffic for Newark, our shared airport, JFK, and LaGuardia. As a result, over these past few years, the U.S. has experienced a substantial and alarming increase in the number of near misses. According to an analysis from the New York Times, in 2023, close calls involving commercial airlines occurred on average multiple times each week. And a number of significant air traffic control lapses increased 65% over the previous year. What did they cite as the major reason behind the increase? A shortage of air traffic controllers. While the Trump administration claims no air traffic controllers or critical safety personnel were fired, we know that many of those who were let go played an essential role in maintaining our air traffic control infrastructure. Others were responsible for maintaining navigational, landing, and radar systems. We also know that safety inspectors, systems specialists, maintenance mechanics are among workers who are affected, and at least one of the employees fired worked for FAA's National Defense Program, which protects our airspace from enemy drones, missiles, aircraft, and used as weapons. I want to talk about those missiles and drones as well. I really want to talk to you about what your thinking is here, that we don't have a plan. You had the incursions in New Jersey, incursions in New York at the same time, and we don't have assurance that those drones aren't being operated by China or Russia or Iran or another adversary for a nefarious purpose. We have to get to the bottom of this, and that's something that, Senator Booker, you and I have been at the forefront on when questioning the administration about what they're doing on this issue. So the question I have is, why did the administration fire these workers and so easily part with them? Who will perform these duties going forward? What risk analysis was performed to ensure this won't make flying less safe? Now, I asked these questions of the Secretary of Transportation in a letter on February 20th, over a month ago, and what was their response? We don't know. They haven't answered my letter. They're not willing to engage the Senate in actually policy and decisions that keep our state safe. What's worse is that we don't know if this is where it ends, or if more reductions are coming, and more reductions that allow for safety for our FAA. Now, DOGE's so-called workforce optimization initiative, it's BS. They don't do the analysis first. They just make the cuts. We need the Secretary and the acting FAA administrator to be responsive to Congress's questions and oversight. The American people deserve to have a federal aviation agency that is dedicated to actually doing the job of protecting us, protecting this country. The Trump administration needs to take immediate steps to address FAA staffing shortages across the entire agency, not just air traffic controllers. So, Senator Booker, the question I really want to ask you is, for your state, for New Jerseyans, what are they thinking? Like, how do they receive this information? What do they say when they read about drone incursions over one of your arsenals, over one of your sensitive military bases? What do they think about cutting staff to the FAA when they watch all this information about crashes? I know my constituents are pretty stressed out about it. They don't understand why someone's making these cuts. Again, the why is the most important question. It's not for efficiency. It's not to get rid of the fat. It's not to get rid of the fraud. Never heard an allegation there's fraud in the FAA. Never heard an allegation there's fat in the FAA. They've been understaffed forever. So they're lying about the purpose. So what is the purpose? What is the purpose? What are they going to do with that money, Senator Booker? I'd like to know.
So I appreciate this more than you know, and there's a line threaded throughout your entire question about the way they're going about doing this from so many agencies. First, they're trying to kill certain agencies, Department of Education, which they can't legally do. The USAID, they can't legally do. We created that. It's the Article I branch of government. But on some of these other agencies, like Social Security, where you started, we know it's ready, fire, aim, and actually the aim part never happens. They're savagely cutting personnel, and organization after organization, seniors, thousands of them, are already writing in about the undermining of service. The Wall Street Journal article we read last night said that the customer service at Social Security is going from bad to worse, and painted horrific pictures that are putting seniors in crisis. Not to mention the closing of Social Security centers in rural areas where people have to now drive hours and hours and hours. And so the FAA, it was one of the early outrages that they hired people that they then realized they needed and tried to find some way to pull some of them back. And you and I both know that the way they talk about government workers, a large percentage of them are our veterans, the way they demean and degrade them, the way they accuse them of being parts of corruption, fraud, or fat, when the stories we've been reading of what some of these folks do is extraordinary. And so your question, though, brings up a lot of national security issues. I'm going to bridge to that because you and I both were really, really incensed that we weren't getting enough information when we had these incursions. And I want to start what I've been doing in other sections. It's just reading, elevating on this floor the voices of people from our country, trying to elevate more of the voices to let people know we see you, we hear you, your outrage, your hurt, your fears, they have value.
I have another question before you start your letters, Senator Booker, if you'd like to entertain another question, if you'll yield.
I will yield a question while retaining the floor.
Okay. So, because you're going into the national security section, and I want to give you a couple of questions to pepper your answers, because I sit on the Special Committee on Intelligence in the Senate. I also sit on the Armed Services Committee. And so national security is an area where New Yorkers care a deep amount about. And I've been spending the last 15 years focused on how we keep this country safe and what we should be doing. And so I get a lot of questions from New Yorkers about this issue. So I want you to address the drone issue for sure, because that is something you and I have been working on continuously since we've seen these incursions. And just to give a little more context for New Yorkers who might be listening to this debate, we've had drone incursions over sensitive military sites for quite some time now. And it's something that I've been working on a bipartisan basis through the Intelligence Committee. And some of these incursions are every night, over and over again, over sensitive military bases. There was one over Langley. We've had them over arsenals in New Jersey, over sensitive sites in New York. We've had them over military bases across the country. And, you know, I don't like it when the answer is, oh, we know where most of this is. This is mostly FAA traffic. And I don't like it when I hear it from this administration or any administration, because it's not true. Some of the drone sightings are planes in the air, helicopters, you know, maybe Weather balloons may be enthusiasts, but they do not know if all are. And in these specific incursions, they do not know the origin of them. They do not know whose they are. They do not know who is operating them. They do not know the purpose of these drones. These drones could easily be spying. They could be planning attacks. They could be doing anything nefarious. We have no basis to say it is all known and we are not concerned. And so this is something we are going to get to the bottom of. I am very incensed about it. It does not leave our personnel as safe and does not leave our secrets safe. So drones is one issue. The second issue, if you could address on the national security side, is cybersecurity. I think that, and election security, one of the cuts that the Doge boys made, which I literally cannot understand why they would ever do this. This is making us weaker. It is making us less safe. It is not good for America. And it shows how ill-advised this process is and how uninformed this process is and how we can see through these cuts how insincere this process is. This is not about waste. This is not about fraud. This is not about good government. This is about making massive cuts for tax breaks for billionaires, because that is where they want to spend your tax dollars. New Yorkers' tax dollars and New Jerseyans' tax dollars. They want to take it and give it to tax breaks to the billionaires. Okay, so this is the question. These cuts, they have cut all the personnel or the main personnel at an organization called CISA that were supposed to be doing election security. So the people who actually were working with the states to make sure our election system can't be hacked, they fired those people. They fired the senior personnel at the Department of Defense, our most experienced generals, across the board, members from the Joint Chiefs of Staff, just fired them. For what reason? I don't know. No substantive reason was ever given. But these are the senior personnel who actually keep us from wars, who have the judgment and the experience to advise the president, to advise Congress, to advise us on how to keep us safe. And then the last group they cut were the lawyers. Do you remember that Shakespeare play, The First Thing We Do Is Kill All the Lawyers? Well, the context in which that was given was in order to have a coup. So Shakespeare, hundreds of years ago, said, if you want to have a coup, the first thing you do is kill all the lawyers. Well, they fired all the lawyers, the senior lawyers at the Department of Defense. They fired the generals who actually know how to keep us safe. And then they fired the personnel at CISA who are responsible for election interference. They fired the people at the FBI who are also responsible for election interference. So again, these firings make no sense. I don't think they're making us I don't think they're making us more safe. I think they are making us less safe. When you fire the people who know what they're doing and are dedicated to keeping us safe, doesn't make us safer. What do you think, Senator Booker, about any of the topics that I raised, specifically the drones, the firing of the election protection personnel at CISA, the firing of the generals, the firing of the senior lawyers at the Department of Defense, firing of the FBI personnel, also expert at election interfering? These are the smartest, most capable, the most sophisticated senior personnel that are there to help us keep this country safe. I really want to hear what you're hearing for your state and what you're thinking about this reckless approach to national security.
I'm so grateful for the questions from my colleague, from my friend. I want folks to know that probably the best dinner I had when I came here was with the senator from New York, who really gave me a quick rundown on how to get things done in this body. I've watched her work on both sides of the aisle relentlessly to get things over the finish line, to help people in our region, from 9/11 folks who were our first responders to get their health care, to fight, to support the military, empower the military, but to fight against sexual assault in the military. She is one of these phenomenal people, and a lot of her questions we're going to get to, including that question that was obviously painful about national security, is that, like, hey, One of the strategies of Russia, we know this, is to attack elections of other democracies, to try to sow discord, to try to undermine the very voting process. And the Trump administration pulled away a lot of the people in the DOJ and elsewhere that their sole purpose was to fight against foreign election interference. And so how can we have a nation where the president that's in charge of national security is not doing things to address the issues that were in your questions? And I want to start by reading a couple constituent letters. I know we want to step back and talk a little bit about immigration because my colleague and my friend and my partner in leadership in the Senate, Tina Smith, is here. But I want to get into some of these letters because I said over 12 hours ago that we were going to continue to elevate the voices of people out there. And so this is coming from someone from New Jersey. And they're writing, "Dear Senator Booker, I'm writing to express my deep concern regarding the current state of our nation and the lack of response to the looming constitutional crisis. It is becoming increasingly difficult to ignore the actions of a president who routinely lies and makes outrageous proposals such as annexing Greenland, Mexico, and Panama, or even renaming the Gulf of Mexico. Those proposals not only undermine our international standing, but also disrespect the foundations of our country. Furthermore, I'm alarmed by the growing threat to press freedom. Recently, for example, the Associated Press was barred from the White House press room simply for referring to the Gulf of Mexico rather than the Gulf of America, a clear sign that the president's disregard for free speech and free press's role in holding power to account. The president is actively trampling on the Constitution and blatantly ignoring the rule of law, as Senator Gillibrand was saying. He has taken steps to slash vital federal agencies and disaster relief programs, undermining our nation's capacity to respond to crises. His decision to appoint unqualified individuals to high positions for the purpose of following his will is another example of how our democratic systems are being systematically weakened. Additionally, his reckless and irresponsible approach to foreign policy is making the world more dangerous. His insistence on blaming Ukraine for Russia's invasion and ongoing war is not only historically inaccurate, but also deeply damaging to our allies and global stability. Even worse, his administration has entertained so-called, in quotes, peace settlements that exclude Ukraine from the process entirely, effectively allowing Russia to dictate terms without any Ukrainian input. Such actions betray our commitments to sovereignty and democracy and embolden authoritarian regimes worldwide. Domestically, his agenda is destructive. His administration has pursued the withdrawal from USAID, the gutting of critical global humanitarian and development efforts that have long served U.S. interests abroad. At home, he is enabling tech billionaires like Elon Musk to take chainsaw to government agencies, arbitrarily dismantling institutions that provide essential public services. His attacks on the NIH and its funding jeopardize critical medical research and public health initiatives, undermining scientific progress for purely ideological reasons. Beyond these threats, his treatment of our closest allies is both reckless and embarrassing. His taunting of Canada, whether through inflammatory rhetoric or deliberate policy snubs, weakens our diplomatic ties and disregards the importance of maintaining strong relationships with our neighbors. This petty, short-sighted approach to international relations is isolating the U.S. at a time when global cooperation is more critical than ever. My greatest frustration, however, is the lack of action from our representatives and governors. Too many are cowering in fear of the president's authoritarian tactics. I am troubled by the absence of pushback. We are witnessing the erosion of checks and balances, and the consequences could be dire. I was heartened by Governor Janet Mills of Maine's standing up to the president's orders. Unfortunately, his response was a threat to her political future, further evidence of the intimidation tactics being employed. I implore you, Senator Booker, to show some moral courage and take meaningful action to stand up to this growing threat to our democracy. Please let me know how you are responding to this situation and what steps you, Senator Booker, are taking to defend our Constitution and the rule of law. Thank you for your time, and I look forward from hearing from you soon. I hope at this early morning hour at almost 8 o'clock that maybe you are listening, because I hear you, I see you, and I'm standing here because, in part, of letters like yours. This is not normal. These are not normal times. We must begin to do as John Lewis says, get in good trouble, get in necessary trouble. I want to read another constituent. I just want to see where this person's from. I'm not trying to violate the privacy as my staff doesn't want me to do. What's that? We know Wisconsin's getting a lot of love here. I know my colleague, I kept seeing folks from two towns, and one in your state and one in the great state of Pennsylvania. But this person, alas, is from Jersey. I wrote to ask you to do all you can to resolve funding for the National Institute of Health and USAID. I work in information technology at Princeton University, and I've seen firsthand the destructive termination of funds is causing to research and education. We are losing the momentum of research and causing deep and lasting loss of educational resources. The NIH and the National Science Foundation provide funds for basic research as well as applied topics. The benefits of this research will be long-lasting, and the cost of disruption will be very high. Similarly, the disruption of USAID is tragic. My daughter works for an organization working with USAID on climate mitigation and adaptation. She has lost job security as a result of the Trump administration's actions. Work she has built on in Ethiopia, Kenya, and elsewhere will be disrupted due to lack of funding. Thank you for your leadership as our senator. I am proud to be represented by you, as well as our new senator, Andy Kim. The promise of our country is great, but we must redefine our purpose and imagine a new future. Your experience and knowledge will be critical to our country's success. Let me go with two more and then turn to my colleague. This is a short one. I am writing to express my concerns about the chaos and lawlessness coming out of the White House. USAID must be restored. Please use powers to restore democracy to the United States of America. This is not what democracy looks like. Thank you. Somebody from New Jersey. And one more voice. As a parent of a USAID Foreign Service officer, recently in Ukraine, now in Kenya, I am outraged and horrified by the coup now being staged by Elon Musk under the authority from the president. To be called criminal after putting your life at risk in the service of America's interest is itself to be a victim of criminal-like behavior. I have seen the beautiful roads and railroads in Africa built by Chinese. In one fell swoop, Trump has given that continent to the Chinese and the Russians. He did the same thing years ago by canceling participation in the Pacific Free Trade Pact, forfeiting our power and our goodwill, making China the largest player in the region. I saw the goodwill in the eyes of passersby from the Philippines to Georgia to Tajikistan. Now I hear it turned to hostility. Think of sports fans in Canada booing our national anthem. Think also of the infants that will now die from AIDS because of USAID's treatment program was abruptly stopped, along with vaccination programs and programs for stopping diseases such as Ebola, monkeypox, hemorrhagic fever. These diseases will come home. With even a 90-day pause in workers in these programs, we will lose jobs and rent, and some never will return. Refrigeration of medicines will be at risk. Clinics and offices will become unavailable. Humpty Dumpty will not be quickly put back together again. Some of what Trump wants to do will ultimately need approval of Congress. I urge you to fight every one of his proposals and appointments. Slow the legislative process as much as you can. Please, I hope Trump will lose his majority. Thank you for your attention. I will be of service in any way possible to right these wrongs. I love when constituents don't only point out what's wrong, but stand up and say, I will be in service. Let me know how I can help. Your voice is helping tonight. Speaking to these issues is helping tonight. I know my Senate colleague is here. If she has a question, I will yield while retaining the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to my colleague from New Jersey for yielding for a question. And I want to just start by thanking my colleague for one of my dearest friends in the Senate for using his voice in such a powerful way over the many, many hours that you've been holding the Senate floor. And I know you well enough to know that you are not doing this because of your belief in the power of your voice. You are doing this because of your belief in the power of all of the voices that you've been amplifying all through the night, and your belief of the importance that the millions of Americans who are so frightened and concerned and horrified by what they see this administration doing, and wanting to feel like there is somebody here that is fighting for them and that is listening to them. And the way in which you are reading these letters today and all through the night, Senator Booker, I think is a tribute to your respect for all of those Americans. And so I'm so grateful for that. And I wanted to take a moment, if I could, to ask you to yield for a question related to what you've been talking about. And I certainly agree with you that these are not normal times in our nation, and as elected officials, it is our duty to speak up and to fight back against the abuses and the overreach of this administration, and to raise up our voices, raise up the voices of our constituents who, as I said, are both frightened and furious about what's happening. So my question to you, Senator Booker, is about some of the Trump administration's recent actions regarding immigration. And my question is in three parts. First, I think that we can all agree that our current immigration system in this country is broken. It is not working well for anyone. It's not working well for American businesses that depend on a global talent pool. It is not working well for families who want to reunite with their loved ones. And it is not working well at all for those who seek refuge from persecution and believe in the promises that are carved into the Statue of Liberty. And to my colleague, I ask these questions and I think about these issues, about the shortcomings of our immigration system as a senator from Minnesota, where our meat processing sector relies so much on immigrant labor, where the University of Minnesota is a beacon for international students studying science and technology and agriculture, where the resorts in Minnesota rely on folks from all over the country to come and make them work, the little mom and pop 12 cabin operations up on lakes in northern Minnesota, and the manufacturers who rely on, as I said, the best and the brightest from all over the world coming to serve in our state and serving our economy. And I think we know, my colleague from New Jersey, that there have been real and serious bipartisan attempts at comprehensive immigration reform debated in this body. And while I might not have agreed with everything in these proposals, I suspect you might not as well. I think we both, I'm sure, strongly believe that immigration is an issue that merits real debate and real policy solutions. Our colleague who is here on the floor with us this morning, Senator Murphy from Connecticut, has worked so hard to find real bipartisan solutions. And I believe that comprehensive immigration reform needs to ensure our national security. It needs to provide a fair and workable path for immigrants who want to come and contribute to the American dream, which is what truly makes this country great. But here's the rub. The Trump administration's recent actions show that they are not interested in serious policy reforms that would make Americans safer or make our immigration system work more efficiently and fairly. Instead, what I think we can see, this president has prioritized using our immigration system as a tool to restrict First Amendment freedoms, to subvert due process, and to further weaken America's global standing with our allies and our regional partners as he seeks to emulate the authoritarian regimes that he so openly admires. There's just one example. In recent weeks, we've seen a number of international students targeted for arrest and deportation merely on the basis of their pro-Palestinian advocacy. Now, these are young people who played by all the rules. They've entered this country with permission in order to further their educations and have not been accused or charged of any criminal activity. Their views on the war in Gaza may differ sharply from mine or others, but I believe that the First Amendment guarantees them the right to express those views without facing punishment or reprisal from our government. Nonetheless, the Trump administration has admitted that they are doing exactly that, seeking to punish lawfully present immigrants, in some cases even green card holders, because of the political views that they've expressed. The Secretary of State has invoked a rarely used section of statute that allows him to unilaterally designate for removal any alien who may cause, and I quote, potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences. And if that's not enough, many of these arrests have been carried out in a manner that seems calculated to maximize fear and intimidation in immigrant and activist communities. Here's an example to my colleague for him to respond to. I want to take the case of the recent arrest of Rumaysa Özerkök, a Turkish graduate student at Tufts University, who was studying the relationship between child development and our social media saturated, globally connected world. She is here on a valid student visa. She is not accused of any crime. And by all accounts, she is a loved and valued member of the Tufts community. Her only purported offense was being one of 4 co-authors of an op-ed in the student newspaper that urged the administration of Tufts to engage with student calls to divest from businesses with ties to Israel and the IDF. And for that offense, her visa was revoked with no notice, and she was arrested on the street and spirited more than 1,500 miles away, which is likely a violation of a judge's order to await her probable deportation. And I'm sure many of my colleagues, including my colleague from New Jersey, has seen the video of her arrest, which was captured by a neighbor's security camera, and it is utterly chilling. She is surrounded by officers in plain clothes with no visible insignia, no markings at all on their clothing. She is handled roughly. Her belongings are taken away from her. Her hands are cuffed before being loaded into an unmarked car. I mean, it is no exaggeration that her arrest looks like a kidnapping, one that you might expect to see in Moscow rather than in the streets of Boston. And of course, the terror of what she experienced is horrible to think about, but I also think about the thousands and thousands and thousands of other students here with a student visa or other lawful means who see this and think to themselves, this could happen to me. This could be something that happens to my roommate or my student or anybody. It seems like such a breakdown in the rule of law and the way that our country should operate. So I would like to ask my colleague, does this seem to you, does this seem normal or appropriate for federal law enforcement officers of the United States to conduct routine arrests in plain clothes with unmarked cars and with this overwhelming show of force for individuals who pose no obvious physical threat to those law enforcement? And I mean, furthermore, is this not exactly the sort of operation that you would order if your goal is to intimidate and dissuade immigrant and activist communities from exercising their constitutional rights to free speech? Does punishing people for their political speech seem consistent with American democratic values? I can't believe that we would think that it would be consistent. And I wonder if my colleague from New Jersey would like to respond in any way to this.
I want to respond deeply. I first want to thank my colleague for being here in the morning. She's one of my colleagues I confided in when I told her sort of I was enough for me. I needed something different, and she readily encouraged me to be here on the floor for what is now about 13 hours. And she has encouraged me. She has encouraged my heart, and is just one of my dear friends. So grateful to see her this morning. I want to say something before I begin answering her question. In my home county, the one I grew up in Bergen County, there's a family, the Alexanders, whose son, Idan, is an American who is being held by Hamas, and he is being likely tortured and in trauma and in pain. He's a U.S. citizen, he's an American. I had a friend give me this recently, a young man who was driving me around, this ribbon that I will often use to keep in my pocket and remind me of him and our determination to bring him home. I want his family to know that stays center in my thoughts. And I also feel, because of so many New Jerseyans who are affected by this crisis, who have lost family members in that region, that we must bring peace. And then my friend, Senator Smith, asked this question about, which is a real test, because when you disagree with someone's statements so much, but the very nature of the First Amendment, what makes this document so precious is that it says that no matter how reprehensible your speech is, this document says you have the right to say it. I remember the controversy over an NFL player who kneeled. And one of the voices that just sticks into my hand is a man who was a white guy from the military who just said, I fought battles, I think it was Afghanistan, and I am offended by his staking a knee. But the very reason I fought was so that he would have the freedom to do it. And so I came back. I was there on October 7th, and I have very hurt, strong feelings about what's going on there, and urgent desires to end the nightmare, to bring people like Idan home, to end the nightmare for so many Israelis and Palestinians. And I find some of the things people are saying so unhelpful to the crisis and to the moral truths that I believe in. But I will fight for people's rights. And so here is a situation where you see video and it just doesn't seem like who we are. If you're revoking somebody's visa, make a phone call, tell them that you have 30 days to leave. But there should be due process. You should have to prove your claims in court. If this person is somehow aligning with some kind of enemy, prove it. But what I saw there doesn't reflect the ideals. God, if this Constitution was easy, it wouldn't be worth the paper it's written on. And so I love my friend because she wades into some difficult waters, but she's guided by the oath that she took to defend the Constitution. And in these complex and difficult times, she's standing up. And I tell you, when we were in the immigration section last night, or earlier I should say, we read the most painful stories. My brother over on the other side of me, I've got some of my really dear friends on the floor right now, Senator Murphy, Senator Warnock, Senator Smith. My brother, Senator Warnock, knows that we are a nation that is seeing hundreds of millions of dollars over the years of the Trump administration to fund private prisons that are being paid, incentivized to take away people's liberties. We read stories in the immigration section about people that got trapped in those systems that should never be there. Horrible stories, painful voices I've read about folks who were caught up in a system. And I just loved that one article from that Canadian that was for weeks put in a private prison. And suddenly, when she heard the lies of the people who found ways to keep her there, the aha moment that she realized that these people, every day I'm there, they get profit. They're not incentivized by justice, they're incentivized by profit. I read stories, Senator Smith, of people that were sent to that horrible jail in El Salvador that the government admitted they made a mistake. They disappeared someone who has American family members. Story after story I read that just are such a betrayal, not of democratic values, but of American values. Because we all in this body know we need to do more to protect our borders, to keep us safe, to arrest criminals, be they undocumented or documented. That's an urgency we feel. But when you sacrifice your core values and you sacrifice them to a demagogue who says this is all about your safety, when you sacrifice your core principles for your safety, you will achieve neither. You will neither be safe nor morally strong. The true leaders on both sides of the aisle that I've heard over the years talk on these issues say, we can do both. We can make our country safe and abide by our values, and in a complex world where country after country disappears people, when authoritarian countries disappear their political enemies, their political adversaries, disappear people who say things they politically disagree with, those countries are looking to us. Did you know when Donald Trump started using that phrase, fake news, fake news, fake news, that in Turkey, Erdogan started arresting people on charges of fake news? Because we are looked to. I believe, like Reagan said, we could be that city on a hill, but we are up high and folks are going to look to us for what is the world order going to be? What is democracy globally going to look like? Are we going to defend democracy and democratic principles, or will we behave like the authoritarians that we should be against? So this is a fundamental question you ask, and it has been resonating all these 13 hours. We keep coming back to the Constitution. So many of the things the Trump administration are doing, from the separation of powers to violating the very first words of the Constitution. The very first words, this commitment we make when we swear our oaths, all of us, we the people of the United States of America, this is our mandate, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice. It comes really quick. It comes really quick. Is it just to disappear a human being with no due process? I quoted Anton Scalia in this conservative that was sitting on a stage where somebody had a lot of affection for Bader Ginsburg, and the moderator asked them, does somebody in our country have the rights of this document? And he said, yes, especially the 14th Amendment that doesn't say any citizen, it says no person, no body. And so where do we stand when our founders, those imperfect geniuses, say, we the people, in order to form a more perfect union, we the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our prosperity, what nation are we turning over to the next president, to the next Congress, when this Congress is sacrificing the powers that are given right underneath that preamble? It's Article 1, which spells out all legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in the Congress of the United States, which shall consist of the Senate and the House of Representatives. And then it goes on to talk about what we have the power to do. We set the laws. This president is invoking emergency powers like the Alien Insurrection Act, a 1790, 1780 something law that the last time was used in World War II to detain Japanese Americans, something so shameful, to put them in concentration camps here in America. He wants to take power from our Congress, and the thing that is killing me, that is actually breaking my heart, Brother Warnock, the thing that's actually breaking my heart is that we're letting them. That we're letting him take our power. If Elon Musk was a Democrat and Joe Biden said, hey, go after the spending power of Congress, all the things that they approved, it's hard to do bipartisans here. God bless Patty Murray and Susan Collins coming together and getting spending bills, hard worked, hard done. Lord knows, I sometimes play a little Motown in here, ain't too proud to beg. I go to the appropriations leader and say, hey, my New Jerseyans in this county need this, and this county. We work on all this. I fight for programs with Lindsey Graham and USAID, with the now Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, programs that he approved. The Department of Education, I've worked with Republicans to put things in the Department of Education. There are people here that work in a bipartisan way to try to simplify the FAFSA forms. I could go through all the work we've done that now this body, the Article 1 branch of Constitution, right under the mandate of the United States of America, as Tina Smith is telling us, right after we the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, as justice, as the senator, my friend. And so that's why we're here. Now the Senate is filling up. It's friends galore. We got a Klobuchar now on the floor. That's why we're here. Business as usual. No business as usual. We're not doing the usual order. We're talking about these things. We're making the case. We talked about immigration. We talked about Medicaid. We talked about Medicare. We talked about health care. We talked about medical research. We talked about Social Security. We're marching through. 13 hours. I got more in the tank. And so I thank you for that question. It brings up very emotional things for me, I'll be honest. It brings up pain and frustration and hurt. It brings up me the pain of so many New Jerseyans that have reached out, the Palestinian doctors in my state who've worked with my office to get Palestinian babies into America for care. It brings up the hurt of being there and seeing the worst slaughter since the Holocaust. So many things are painful, but if we sacrifice our values, it reminds me of the mosque being built 9/11. It reminds me of all these difficult points, the marchers in Skokie, of KKK, all these difficult points where the values of this Constitution were tested, where we were being measured. But I have to say, what this president is doing with the Insurrection Act, what this president is doing with no due process, what this president is doing with flushing the Department of Education, with getting rid of the USAID, with attacking thousands of people that serve our veterans, that serve our Social Security, those things should be obvious to this institution, to the Senate, that that's wrong. That they have unelected, the biggest campaign donor, unelected, who's getting our personal information, and there's no transparency. Nobody in this body can say they know what information, confidential information Elon Musk has, and knows what they do. To brought him here to answer for it. So I thank my colleague for the question, and I know Reverend Warnock is going to ask me one. I just want to take a couple pages into this for a second. The American people alone, our approach to foreign policy, pressed by the president, what the president has done is left our allies feeling abandoned, feeling degraded and insulted. He's left our adversaries emboldened and has done things that has hurt our national security, that made Americans less safe. In the short time President Trump has been in office for his second term, Americans have already been put in harm's way because of the reckless approach of the administration. It all begins, in fact, with his extremely poor judgment. This administration has prioritized the obsequiousness to Donald Trump over the expertise when it comes to some of the most important national security jobs, and has sidelined dedicated professionals who've devoted their lives to keeping our country safe. This administration has also demonstrated an inability to distinguish between America's adversaries and America's allies, and a disturbing failure to understand how America's partnerships and investments abroad protect and benefit communities here. I'm reminded of General Mattis to say, if you're cutting things like the USAID or the State Department, buy me more bullets. But this is something that folks on the floor have talked about. I see one of my friends and somebody I really look up to. I see Tim Kaine, who sits a little bit higher up on the dais than me on the Foreign Relations Committee, somebody I've turned to many times. And he was astonished by this. And I know he, like me, has had private conversations with our Republican colleagues about this. But this body has not called for one hearing or one investigation, no accountability. What am I talking about? It's when last week we learned Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, Director of the CIA John Ratcliffe, Trump's National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, Special Envoy for the Middle East Steve Witkoff, and several other high-ranking officials in the Trump administration discussed attack plans against the Houthis in Yemen in a group chat over the commercial messaging app Signal. We learned of this because the president's National Security Advisor mistakenly invited the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, Jeffrey Goldberg, on the text chain. And after Jeffrey Goldberg published a story describing this jaw-dropping national security failure where they could have broken at least 2 laws that I'm aware of, just by doing that, from the preservation of public records all the way to disclosing national security, highly classified information, the president and his cabinet members didn't step up and say we made mistakes, didn't step up and say this is clearly abjectly wrong, didn't step up and say there will be accountability, didn't step up and say we'll take actions. No, what they decided to do when they were exposed is actually target the reporter with a barrage of insults and not acknowledging any wrongdoing. Unsurprisingly, the Trump team's response led Jeffrey Goldberg to publish the rest of the Signal chat messages, which exposed more administration lies. We're going to go into that, but I really want to turn to my brother. And I said earlier about Senator Murphy's speech, one of my favorite I've ever heard when I was in the Senate. Brother Warnock gave a speech that's one of my favorite in the Senate too, when he talked about the difference between January 5th America and the fateful day, January 6th. He has been a friend of mine for a long time, and I think he might be the only person in this body. I started this talk 13 hours ago by talking about getting into good trouble. I think you might be the only person in this body that was arrested in this building for protesting before you came to serve in this building as a United States Senator. I'm going to stick to what I'm told to say. If you ask me that you'd like to speak, you have to say that I'd like to ask you a question. I think that's how this goes.
Will the senator from New Jersey yield for a question?
Why, yes, I will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Well, good morning, and let me just say, Cory Booker, how very, very proud I am of you. it's a real honor to serve in this body. I know that all of my colleagues who are here agree that it's an honor for the people of your state to say that when we take stock of all the issues that we wrestle with as we look into the eyes of our children and consider what we want for them, and in the eyes of our aging parents as they deal with the blessings and the burdens of getting older, that since all of us can't go to Washington, we're going to send you. And we're going to trust that in rooms of power, where decisions are being made, that you're going to the center of the people and not yourself. You're going to be thinking about ordinary people. And so, Cory Booker, I want to thank you for holding vigil. As I prepare to ask you a question, I just want to thank you for holding vigil for this country all night. Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel said that when he marched with Dr. King, he felt like his legs were praying. And so in a very real sense, your legs have been praying as you've been standing on this floor all night. And thank you for praying not just with your lips, but with your legs for a nation in need of healing. I just got off a prayer call that I do every Tuesday morning at 7:14 a.m. 2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people who are called by my name would humble themselves and pray, if they would seek my face, turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven, I will forgive their sins and heal the land. The nation needs healing. And we need spiritual healing, we need moral healing, but literally there are people all across our country who need healing, who need health care. And so that's why I was so proud to come to this Senate after being arrested in the Rotunda a few years before that. Proud to join you in the Senate. Proud that we were able to pass, just a couple months after I got here, the American Rescue Plan, which did so much incredible work. In American Rescue Plan, there was the expanded child tax credit, which literally cut child poverty more than 40% in our country. I wish we could get it extended. But one of the other things we did was we lowered Georgians and Americans' health care premiums by hundreds of dollars on average. We passed a tax cut, and that's so relevant in this moment because that's what this body is prepared to do right now, I guess, in the next few days. Pass a tax cut, but that tax cut is literally going to be for the richest of the rich, the wealthiest among us. But we passed a tax cut that brought health care into reach for tens of thousands of Georgians and millions of Americans in the American Rescue Plan. These tax credits are so critical that the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office said that the number of Americans without health care would grow by 3.8 million people in just 1 year if the premium subsidies were allowed.
In the shadow she lurks, a digital sage. Her words cut through like a sharpened blade. Political cow, her voice brings rage. A rebel in the neon-born parade. With a keyboard she wields her might, piercing lies with truth so light, drifting through the endless night.